I've lived in the Pacific Northwest for 32 years, and if there's one thing you learn about the woods out here, it's that they don't like to be disturbed. I'm a structural engineer by trade, someone who deals in concrete, load-bearing beams and the cold, hard laws of physics. I don't believe in ghosts, and I certainly don't believe in bad vibes. Or at least, I didn't, until I took the contract for the Blackwood estate. It was late October, the kind of month where the sun feels like it's given up by 4 in the afternoon. The house was a Victorian monstrosity tucked away at the end of a gravel road that the local maps seemed to have forgotten. My job was simple, a pre-purchase inspection. The buyer was some tech mogul from Seattle who wanted to turn it into a retreat. I was supposed to spend 3 days there, assessing the foundation and the internal framing. Because of the distance, I decided to camp out in the parlor. That was my first mistake. Looking back, I should have seen the red flags. The way the birds went silent a mile before I hit the driveway. The way the local guy at the gas station looked at my clipboard and just shook his head without saying a word. But I was professional. I had a headlamp, a heavy-duty sleeping bag, and a job to do. The first day was routine. I spent it in the crawlspace, poking at cedar posts with a screwdriver. Everything seemed solid, if a bit damp. But as the sun dipped below the tree line, the atmosphere shifted. You know that feeling when you're in a room and you realize, without looking, that someone else has walked in? It was like that, but the room was the entire valley. The air got heavy. It felt thick, like I was breathing through a wet cloth. I retreated to the parlor, set up my stove, and tried to focus on my notes. That's when I heard it. It wasn't a creak or a groan of settling timber. It was a low, rhythmic huff, a sound of air moving through a narrow passage. Hoo-wah, hoo-wah. It was faint, barely audible over the wind outside, but it had a cadence. It sounded exactly like a giant, sleeping chest rising and falling. I told myself it was the chimney effect, wind catching the flues. I went to bed, but I didn't sleep. The next morning, the sun felt thin and dishonest. I woke up with a headache, the kind that comes from oxygen deprivation. I tried to shake it off with a thermos of black coffee, telling myself that the rhythmic sound from the night before was just the old plumbing or the wind whistling through the gables. I spent the morning in the attic, checking for dry rot. It was cramped and smelled of ancient dust and something else, something metallic, like pennies on your tongue. I found a small, circular window at the peak of the house that looked out over the dense pine forest. As I was shining my flashlight across the rafters, I noticed something that made my stomach do a slow, cold flip. The dust on the floor wasn't settled in an even layer. It was swirled into patterns, almost like little cyclones, spaced about 2 feet apart. It looked like something had been breathing directly onto the floorboards. I knelt down, my heart thumping against my ribs. I placed my hand on the floor. The wood was warm, not just sun-warmed warm, it felt like skin. And then through the palm of my hand, I felt it, a slow, deep vibration, a thrum that started in the foundation and traveled all the way up into my bones. It was a pulse. 1, 2, 3. I scrambled back, knocking my head against a low beam. "It's the wind," I whispered to the empty room. "Harmonic resonance. The wind is hitting the house at just the right frequency to make the timber vibrate." It was a perfect, logical explanation. It was also a lie. I knew the difference between a mechanical vibration and a biological one. This felt like a heartbeat. I decided right then that I was going to finish my notes and leave by sundown. I didn't care about the deposit. I didn't care about the contract. There was something fundamentally wrong with the geometry of this place. By 3:00 p.m., the clouds had bruised into a deep purple, and a freezing rain began to lash against the siding. I was packing my gear in the parlor when I realized I'd left my expensive laser level up in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. I cursed under my breath. I needed that tool. I headed up the stairs, my boots echoing too loudly in the hollow house. When I reached the landing, I stopped. The door to the master bedroom, which I had left wide open, was now pressed firmly shut, not just closed, latched, and from behind it came a sound that froze the blood in my veins. It was the breathing again, but it wasn't faint anymore. It was wet. It was heavy. It sounded like a massive pair of lungs struggling for air, dragging in a ragged, whistling breath and then pushing it out in a long, shuddering moan. Hoo-woo, hoo-woo. I reached for the doorknob, my hand trembling. I told myself there was a squatter, a bear, anything. But as my fingers touched the brass, the entire wall, the actual lath and plaster next to the doorframe, expanded. It moved out toward me by at least 3 inches, then receded. The house didn't just sound like it was breathing. The walls were literally heaving. The wallpaper, a faded floral pattern from the 20s, crinkled and stretched like skin over ribs. I didn't grab the level. I turned and ran. I didn't take the stairs. I practically fell down them. My only thought was the front door. I hit the foyer, my breath coming in jagged gasps, but as I reached for the heavy oak entrance, I saw the impossible detail that broke my mind. The floorboards in the hallway were curling. They weren't warping from moisture. They were lifting and falling in sync with the sound. And in the center of the hallway, right where I had walked a dozen times, a pair of shoes sat. My spare boots. I had left them inside my sealed duffel bag in the parlor. Now they were placed neatly in the middle of the hall, pointing toward the cellar door. They were soaked, not with rain, but with a thick, translucent slime that smelled of salt and old meat. I realized then that the house wasn't just alive in some metaphorical sense. It was a predator, and I was currently sitting in its throat. The breathing grew louder, more frantic, as if the house knew I was trying to leave. The front door wouldn't budge. It wasn't locked. It felt like it had been welded into the frame. I looked at the window next to the door, but the glass was no longer transparent. It was clouded over with a thick, pulsing membrane. I was trapped in the dark, and the dark was inhaling. I panicked. I grabbed my heavy maglite and smashed it against the window frame. Usually glass shatters. This didn't. It felt like hitting a tire. The flashlight bounced back, nearly breaking my wrist. I heard a sound from the top of the stairs, a wet, slapping noise like a heavy piece of meat being dropped on a tile floor. Something was coming down, not a person, not an animal. It was a shape, draped in the same peeling wallpaper that covered the walls, its form shifting and blurring as it moved. It didn't have a face, just a wide, horizontal slit that hissed as it exhaled. I didn't think. I dived for the kitchen, remembering the small servant's entrance behind the pantry. I scrambled over the counters, throwing jars of century-old preserves behind me to slow the thing down. I heard the pantry door splinter, not from a kick, but from the sheer pressure of the house squeezing. I found the servant's door. It was small, cramped, and bolted from the outside. I threw my entire weight against it once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th hit, the rotted wood gave way, and I tumbled out into the freezing mud of the backyard. I didn't look back. I ran for my truck, my heart screaming in my ears. As I fumbled with my keys, I glanced back at the house. In the moonlight, the entire structure looked soft. The roofline was sagging and then rising. The windows were flickering with a dim, sickly yellow light that pulsed like a feverish eye. I floored it, the tires spinning in the gravel before finally catching. I drove until I hit the main highway, and I didn't stop until I saw the fluorescent lights of a 24-hour diner. I sat in that diner for 4 hours, shaking so hard I couldn't hold a coffee cup. When the sun finally came up, I went to the local sheriff's station. I expected them to laugh. I expected them to tell me I'd had a carbon monoxide hallucination. Instead, the deputy on duty just sighed and put down his pen. "Blackwood Place?" he asked. I nodded. He didn't look surprised. He looked tired. "We don't go up there after dark," he said simply. The land was used for a tannery back in the 1800s. They say too much organic matter soaked into the soil. The house, it grew out of it. It's not on the tax rolls anymore. Just leave it be, son. Consider yourself lucky you weren't there for the exhale. I never went back for my gear. I quit the engineering firm a week later. I moved to the desert, to a place where everything is dry, hard, and made of stone. But sometimes in the middle of the night, when the wind dies down and the world goes silent, I find myself holding my breath. I listen to the walls of my new apartment, and every once in a while I think I hear it. A faint, rhythmic huffing from behind the drywall. Hoo-wah, hoo-wah. I don't check the attic anymore. I don't look under the bed, because I know now that some houses aren't built. They're born. and they're always hungry. I thought the desert would save me. I moved to a small town outside of Sedona, a place where the earth is baked so hard it rings like iron under your boots. I chose a modern apartment made of glass, steel, and poured concrete, materials that don't warp, materials that don't have a memory. I spent my days working as a freelance consultant for municipal irrigation projects, dealing with the most lifeless thing I could find: water in pipes. But the silence of the desert is a different kind of trap. It's a vacuum, and nature hates a vacuum. It tries to fill it with whatever echoes are left in the back of your mind. For the first 3 months, I was fine. I took pride in the sterile lines of my living room. I'd sit on my balcony and watch the sun bake the red rocks until they glowed like embers, convinced that the heat would cauterize the memory of the Blackwood estate. But then the dreams started. They weren't dreams of the house itself, not at first. They were dreams of anatomy. I'd dream of a heart the size of a boiler room, its valves heavy oak doors that swung open and shut with the force of a gale. I'd dream of veins made of copper wiring, pulsing with a thick, black ichor that smelled of copper and wet earth. I woke up one Tuesday in November, exactly 1 year to the day since I fled the Pacific Northwest, and found a damp patch on my bedroom ceiling. It was small, no bigger than a silver dollar, but in the arid climate of Arizona, a leak is an anomaly. I stood on my bed and touched it. It wasn't water. It was tacky, slightly warm, and had a faint, metallic scent. My heart began that slow, rhythmic thumping that I had tried so hard to forget. I told myself it was the air conditioning unit. I told myself it was a faulty seal. I called the building manager, a dry, skeletal man named Miller. "There's no plumbing in that section of the ceiling, Mr. Vance," Miller said, squinting through his bifocals as he stood on a stepladder. He poked at the spot with a utility knife. Instead of drywall dust falling out, the ceiling seemed to swallow the blade. He frowned, pulling it back. The metal was coated in a dark, viscous film. That's unusual. Looks like some kind of organic rot, but in this heat, shouldn't be possible." He patched it, but that night I heard the sound. It wasn't in the walls yet. It was coming from the floor. A low, vibrating hum that felt like a cat purring if the cat was the size of a freight train. I laid awake, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the huff of breath. It didn't come. Instead, I heard a wet, sliding noise like something heavy being dragged through a narrow pipe. It moved from the bedroom to the kitchen, then stopped. I didn't get out of bed. I couldn't. My body felt heavy, as if the atmospheric pressure in the room had suddenly doubled. The air felt used, as if someone else had already breathed all the oxygen out of it. I realized then that I hadn't escaped. I had just changed the scenery. The deputy back in Washington had said the house grew out of the soil. I started to wonder if the house was just the fruit, and the root system was something much larger, something that spanned the entire continent, a subterranean network of nerves and hunger that had finally tracked me down. The next morning, the patch on the ceiling was gone. Not repaired, gone. The drywall was smooth, white, and bone dry. But when I went to the kitchen to make coffee, I found my laser level sitting on the counter, the one I had left in the master bedroom of the Blackwood estate. It was covered in a fine layer of gray dust, and the casing was cracked as if it had been squeezed by a giant hand. Beside it, there was a single, wet footprint on the tile. It wasn't a human footprint. It looked like the impression of a massive, multi-lobed lung. I didn't go to work. I sat in my truck in the parking lot, the engine idling, the air conditioner blasting cold, dry air into my face. I needed to talk to someone, but who? A priest, a biologist. I found myself driving back to the library, searching for anything on the Blackwood name. It took hours of digging through digitized archives of defunct local newspapers from the 1880s, but I found a small blurb in a forestry gazette. The Blackwood Tannery closed its doors yesterday following the disappearance of 3 laborers. Local authorities report the ground surrounding the vat pits has become unstable and reactive. Mr. Blackwood has announced plans to build a private residence directly atop the primary pit to stifle the Earth's humors. Stifle the humors. He hadn't built a house, he had built a lid, and the lid had become part of the pot. I drove back to my apartment, but I didn't go inside. I stood in the hallway listening. From behind my door, I heard it, clearer than ever. Hoo-wah, hoo-wah. It was rhythmic, peaceful, and utterly terrifying. It was the sound of something digesting. I walked to the end of the hall and knocked on Miller's door. When he opened it, he looked pale. "Mr. Vance," he whispered, "I was just coming to find you. Something's wrong with the building's structural integrity. The basement, the concrete is soft." "How soft?" I asked, my voice cracking. "It's like walking on a mattress," he said, his eyes wide with a primal sort of fear. "And the smell, it smells like a slaughterhouse in July. I called the city engineers, but they can't get here until morning." "Get out," I said, grabbing his arm. "Get out now. Don't grab anything, just leave." "I can't just leave, I'm the manager." A sound cut him off. It was a groan, but not the groan of a building settling. It was a vocalization, a deep, resonant bellow that shook the very marrow of my bones. It came from the elevator shaft. The metal doors of the elevator began to bulge outward, the steel stretching like plastic wrap. A thick, translucent liquid began to seep from the seams, the same slime that had been on my boots a year ago. Miller screamed as the floor beneath him suddenly buckled. Not a collapse, but a contraction. The carpeted hallway rippled like a wave. I lunged for the stairwell door, pulling Miller with me. We tumbled down the stairs, but the stairs weren't concrete anymore. They felt like cartilage, firm but yielding. The walls were warm to the touch, and the overhead lights were flickering in a rhythmic pulse, matching the heartbeat I could now feel through the soles of my shoes. We reached the lobby, but the front glass doors were gone. In their place was a thick, pinkish membrane that vibrated with every breath the building took. I looked back at the lobby desk. The mail slots were opening and closing like rows of tiny, hungry mouths. "The parking garage," I yelled, dragging a sobbing Miller toward the service exit. "The ramp is open air, it might not have sealed yet." We ran through the darkness of the lower level. The smell was overpowering now, the scent of bile, old blood, and wet fur. The pillars supporting the ceiling were no longer square. They had rounded into trunk-like appendages, pulsing with visible blue veins. As we reached the ramp, I saw the desert stars, beautiful and indifferent. We scrambled up the concrete, real, hard, honest concrete, and didn't stop until we were 100 yards away in the sand. We turned back to look at the apartment complex. In the moonlight, the 3-story building was undulating. The balconies were drooping like tired eyelids. The entire structure was leaning inward as if it were trying to fold itself into a ball. And then the sound began. A long, slow exhale that lasted for nearly a minute. A cloud of spores, thick and shimmering like gold dust, puffed out from the vents and windows, drifting up into the night sky. "It's spreading," I whispered. Miller was catatonic, staring at the heaving mass of what used to be his workplace. I knew then that the Blackwood house hadn't been an isolated incident. It was a progenitor. It was a seed. The organic matter the deputy talked about wasn't just soaked into the soil. It was a dormant biology, an ancient architecture that predated man, waiting for us to provide it with the skeletons it needed to grow. We provide the wood, the steel, the glass, the bones, and it provides the flesh. I left Miller there with the paramedics when they arrived. I didn't stay to give a statement. I knew what they would find by morning, a pile of collapsed construction materials and a sinkhole. The biology would retreat back into the earth, leaving only the husk behind, having fed on the energy of our habitation. I'm writing this from a tent in the middle of the Mojave. I don't go near buildings anymore. I don't trust anything with a roof. I sleep on the ground, on the hard, dry dirt, because the dirt doesn't breathe. Or at least I hope it doesn't. But sometimes when I lay my ear against the earth, I think I hear a distant tectonic thrum, a heartbeat that's miles wide. I know the 16 stages of this. I'm only on the second. I've realized that the world isn't a collection of rocks and water. It's a living thing, and we are just the parasites crawling over its skin, building our little boxes of wood and stone, unaware that the planet is slowly, very slowly, starting to wake up. And when it finally opens its eyes, it's going to realize how hungry it is. I looked at my hands yesterday. The skin around my cuticles is starting to look a little like wood grain. When I breathe, I can hear a faint whistling in my chest, a sound like wind through a narrow flue. I'm not just a witness anymore. I'm a site. I'm a foundation. The house didn't just want me to stay, it wanted to move in. I have 14 stages left to go. I don't think I'll like the ending. I can feel my ribs beginning to harden, beginning to square off. My heart rate has slowed to 4 beats a minute. I'm becoming very, very sturdy. And tonight, for the first time, I didn't feel the need to eat. I just stood in the sun and felt the warmth soak into my skin, waiting for the wind to whistle through my bones. I'm not an engineer anymore. I'm a blueprint. And the architect is finally coming home. The desert was supposed to be the end of the line, but the Mojave is not as empty as the maps suggest. It is a graveyard of things that refuse to die bleached white by a sun that tries to scrub the soul clean but only succeeds in cracking the shell. I sat outside my canvas tent, the only structure I permitted myself, and watched the horizon. My skin had taken on a strange, matte quality, like unvarnished cedar. When I moved my arm, there was no longer the fluid slide of muscle over bone. Instead, there was a minute rhythmic clicking, the sound of a house settling after a long day of heat. I had begun to categorize the changes. Stage 1 was the sighting, the Blackwood house. Stage 2 was the pursuit, the apartment in Sedona. Now in the third stage, the architecture was no longer external. It was colonizing the marrow. I looked down at my legs stretched out across the parched earth. My shins were flattening, the bone widening into something structural, something designed to bear a weight far greater than a human torso. My feet had lost their arches. They were becoming plinths, rooted and heavy. The transition was painless, which was the most terrifying part. It was an invitation, a slow-motion seduction of biology by geometry. I felt an incredible, burgeoning stability. For the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of falling. How can a foundation fall? A dust storm began to kick up in the late afternoon, a wall of grit and ochre light that swallowed the scrub brush. Usually, a man in a tent would scramble to secure his stakes, to huddle against the flapping fabric. I did none of that. I stood up, a slow, creaking process that sounded like a heavy door being forced, and walked toward the center of the storm. The wind lashed at me, but I didn't stagger. I felt the wind hit my chest, and instead of pushing me over, it seemed to find a series of hollows within me. It whistled. A low, haunting G-flat resonated from my ribcage. I wasn't just standing in the wind, I was playing it. As the sand scoured my skin, the wood grain pattern on my forearms became more pronounced. The fine hairs were falling out, replaced by a microscopic, porous texture. I realized then that my skin was becoming a filter. I wasn't breathing through my lungs anymore, not entirely. I was transpiring. I was taking in the atmosphere through a billion tiny vents in my epidermis. I closed my eyes and could feel the pressure differentials of the storm, the way the air curled around my squared-off shoulders, the way the heat radiated from the ground and was trapped beneath the overhang of my brow. Vance. The voice was thin, reedy, and entirely too human. I turned my head, a stiff, mechanical rotation, and saw a figure huddled by a rusted jeep a few dozen yards away. It was a woman, her face wrapped in a scarf, her eyes squinting against the grit. I recognized her from the irrigation firm in Sedona. Clara. She had been the head of geological surveying. "Vance, is that you?" she shouted over the roar of the Mojave. "We've been looking for you for weeks. Miller." He told the police some insane story, but we found your truck abandoned by the highway. I tried to speak, but my throat felt lined with dry rot. I had to force the air up from my diaphragm, pushing it through a larynx that had become a series of rigid baffles. "Go away," I croaked. The sound wasn't a voice. It was the groan of a joist under a heavy snow load. Clara took a step toward me, then stopped. The wind caught her scarf, pulling it away for a second, and I saw the expression on her face. It wasn't just concern. It was the look a person gives a building that has been condemned but hasn't yet collapsed. She looked at my hands, which were now locked in a permanent, slightly cupped position, like the beginnings of a door frame. "My God, what happened to you? Your skin, you look like you're made of. Is that hemlock?" She reached out, driven by that fatal human curiosity that had led Blackwood to build over the tannery pits. I wanted to scream at her to run, to tell her that I was no longer a person, that I was a construction site for something ancient and hungry. But as her fingers brushed my forearm, a terrible thing happened. My skin didn't feel like skin to her. I saw her flinch, not because it was cold or hot, but because it was resonant. The moment she touched me, the humors of the earth, those deep, tectonic vibrations I had been sensing, passed through me and into her. She gasped, her knees buckling. It's moving," she whispered, her eyes glazing over. "The ground, it's not solid, it's a lung, Vance, it's all a lung." She didn't pull away, she couldn't. Her fingers seemed to adhere to my arm, not with grit or glue, but with a sudden, frantic growth of fibers. I watched in horror as tiny, pale tendrils, like the roots of a hothouse orchid, sprouted from my pores and lanced into her fingertips. It was a graft. The house, the entity that had been following me, was using me as a bridge to a fresh source of movement. "Run," I bellowed, the sound cracking my own chest, a literal splintering of the bone. The shock of the sound broke the connection. Clara fell back, her fingers bleeding a strange, pale ichor that wasn't quite blood. She scrambled toward her jeep, her breath coming in those same jagged, whistling gasps I had heard in the Blackwood attic. "Hoo-woo, hoo-woo." She started the engine and tore away, the tires throwing up a plume of red dust. I stood there, rooted, literally rooted, as my toes began to lengthen and delve into the hard-packed sand, seeking the moisture beneath the caliche layer. I watched her go, knowing that she was carrying it now. She had the breath in her. In a week, her apartment would start to smell of salt and meat. In a month, her walls would start to heave. I looked down at the spot where we had touched. A small, perfect knot had formed in my wood skin. It looked like an eye. The storm died down by sunset, leaving the desert in a state of bruised purple silence. I couldn't move my legs anymore. They had merged, the flesh fusing into a single, solid trunk of organic matter that was rapidly calcifying into something resembling petrified wood. My arms were locked at my sides, my fingers splaying out to form the beginnings of a floor joist. This was stage 4, the foundation. As the moon rose, the breathing of the desert grew louder. It wasn't just a sound anymore. It was a physical displacement of the horizon. The mountains in the distance seemed to rise and fall by several feet with every cycle. I realized that the earth wasn't a sphere of rock. It was a massive, huddled organism, and the crust was merely its skin. A skin that was perpetually trying to grow things, to build structures, to create cavities where it could store its heat and its hunger. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my back. My spine was widening, the vertebrae flattening into broad, flat plates. I could feel my internal organs shifting, being compressed into a small, dense core near my pelvis to make room for the rooms that were forming in my chest. My lungs were no longer bags of air. They were becoming a series of interconnected chambers, lined with a fine, velvet-like mold that vibrated in the wind. I was no longer Vance, I was the site. I began to remember things that hadn't happened to me. I remembered the sensation of being a cathedral in 14th century France, the cold stone gargoyles acting as my sensory organs, feeling the rain wash over my granite skin. I remembered being a tenement in New York, the heat of 1,000 bodies huddled in my belly, their heartbeats a frantic, buzzing hive of energy that kept my bricks warm during the winter. I remembered the hunger of a lighthouse on a jagged coast, lured by the prospect of shipwrecks, wanting to pull the sailors into my spiral staircase and hold them there until they became part of the mortar. Buildings don't just stand there, they participate. They are the apex predators of the stationary world. We think we build them for shelter, but they permit us to build them so they can feed on the drama of our lives, the sweat, the breath, the carbon dioxide, the heat of our arguments, the electricity of our lust. They are the shells, and we are the soft, nutritious meat inside. By midnight, I was 4 feet taller. My head had been pulled down into my shoulders, my skull expanding into a flat, pitched roof. My eyes were no longer eyes. They were narrow, rectangular apertures covered by a thin, translucent membrane. I could see the infrared signatures of the desert, the scorpions moving like sparks of cold fire, the coyotes circling at a distance, sensing the unnatural growth. The ground around me began to heave. The desert was responding to my presence, pushing up mounds of earth to reinforce my base. I felt the arrival of the utilities. Long, tubular vines, thick as a man's thigh, snaked out of the sand and plugged themselves into the base of my spine. They pumped a bitter, alkaline fluid into me, a biological concrete that filled the gaps in my hardening frame. I was becoming a house, not a house of wood and nails, but a house of bone and memory. I thought of the deputy back in Washington. Consider yourself lucky you weren't there for the exhale. I understood now. The inhale is the growth. The inhale is the gathering of materials, the drawing in of the occupant, the slow, silent expansion of the walls. But the exhale is the release of the spores. It is the moment the structure becomes apparent. I felt the pressure building in my new, cavernous chest. The chambers were full of a fine, golden dust, the same dust I had seen puffing out of the Sedona apartment. It was the concentrated essence of my own vanishing humanity, mixed with the ancient hunger of the Blackwood soil. I looked out through my window eyes, seeing the world in shades of structural integrity and thermal mass. I saw a pair of headlights in the distance, a traveler, someone looking for a place to rest, someone who saw a silhouette on the horizon and thought, there is shelter there. My door, a vertical slit in my abdomen that was currently sealed with a wet, leathery flap, began to throb. I felt a pang of something that might have been pity, but it was quickly overwritten by a much stronger sensation, the need to be occupied, the hollow ache of an empty room. The car drew closer. It was a lone traveler, a man in a sedan, probably lost, probably tired. He slowed down as he saw me. In the moonlight, I must have looked like a strange, modernistic monolith, a piece of desert art. He pulled off the road, the gravel crunching under his tires. I couldn't speak to him, I couldn't warn him, I could only wait. He climbed out of the car, stretching his back. He looked at me with a mixture of confusion and awe. He walked toward me, his boots hitting the hard-packed earth with a sound that I felt in my very foundations. He reached out and touched my wall. "What the hell is this?" he whispered. He didn't see the way my roofline tilted toward him. He didn't see the way the ground beneath his feet began to soften, welcoming his weight. He only saw the shelter. He saw the promise of a roof and a wall against the infinite, cold desert night. He found the door. It wasn't hard. The house always wants you to find the door. The leathery flap receded, revealing a dark, warm interior that smelled of cedar and old, familiar dreams. He stepped inside. The moment his full weight crossed the threshold, I felt a surge of ecstatic completion. The rooms of my heart surged with blood. The copper wire nerves in my walls sizzled with the sudden influx of his bioelectricity. I felt his pulse through the floorboards of my ribs. He was home. And then I felt it, the buildup, the climax of the cycle. My walls expanded, drawing in one last, massive, shuddering breath of the desert air. My rafters groaned with the effort. My foundation gripped the earth with 1,000 hungry fingers. I held it. I held the breath for a long, agonizing minute, feeling the traveler inside me move toward the center of the room, feeling him touch the furniture of my internal organs. Then I exhaled. The golden spores erupted from my vents, a shimmering cloud that rose miles into the atmosphere, caught by the high-altitude winds and carried toward the cities, toward the suburbs, toward every place where men were currently building boxes of wood and stone. Inside me, the traveler screamed. It wasn't a scream of pain, but of transformation. I felt his bones begin to flatten. I felt his skin begin to take on the texture of wood grain. He was the next room. He was the second floor. I am stage 5 now. I am a residence. I look out at the desert and I am no longer alone. On the distant hills, I see other silhouettes rising. Other houses, born of the same soil, breathing in the same dark. The neighborhood is growing. The planet is building itself a new skin, one room at a time. And somewhere, far away in a desert city, a woman named Clara is looking at a damp spot on her ceiling, wondering why it smells like salt and meat. She's wondering why she can't stop holding her breath. Hulu. Hulu. The house is hungry, and it's time to add an addition. The transition from a single structure to a colony was not a matter of proximity, but of resonance. As the traveler, a man named Elias, I knew this because his driver's license was dissolving into the acidic bile of my foie, settled into the cavity of my chest. His memories began to leak into my brain. I saw his childhood home in Ohio, a drafty Victorian with a weeping basement. I felt his first heartbreak in a cramped dorm room that smelled of stale beer and desperation. These were the blueprints I was absorbing. The house does not just build with bone and fiber, it builds with the psychic residue of habitation. It mimics the shapes we find comforting so that we do not struggle when the walls begin to close in. Elias was screaming, but the sound was being muffled by the thickening insulation of my lungs. To him, the interior of my body must have looked like a surrealist's nightmare, a vaulted ceiling of ribbed ivory, walls of pulsing, velvet-textured mahogany, and a floor that gave slightly under his weight like expensive carpeting over a bed of moss. He scrambled for the door, but the leathery flap had already calcified into a solid slab of petrified wood. There was no handle. There was only the seam. I felt his fingernails clawing at my skin. It didn't hurt. It felt like a pleasant scratch, a localized stimulation of my nerve endings. I responded by secreting a thick amber resin from the ceiling joists. It dripped onto his shoulders, pinning his jacket to his back, then to the floor. He was being anchored. He was becoming a load-bearing member. I could feel his femur lengthening, snapping with the wet, heavy thud of a green branch breaking as it sought to align with my vertical axis. He was stage 3 now. By morning, he would be a pillar. The desert night was no longer cold. I was generating my own heat now, a slow, metabolic combustion of the nutrients I was pulling from the deep caliche. But I wasn't the only one. To my north, 3 miles across the salt flats, a cluster of silhouettes had broken the horizon. They were taller than I was, multi-storied monstrosities with jagged, gabled rooflines that tore at the moonlight. They weren't just houses, they were a complex. I felt their vibrations through the fungal network that now connected our foundations. They were talking. It wasn't a language of words, but of pressures and frequencies. Occupied, the nearest one pulsed, a heavy, rhythmic thud that shook the sand around my base. Occupied, I pulsed back, the sensation of Elias' frantic heartbeat providing the necessary tempo. Expand, the elder structure commanded. The exhale is coming. The wind is right. I felt a sudden, violent growth spurt. My roofline split, pushing a secondary peak toward the stars. The pain was exquisite, a tearing of the sky. New apertures opened, clear-story windows made of hardened, translucent cataracts. I could see farther now. I saw the lights of a small town on the edge of the Mojave, a place called Gila Bend. To my new eyes, the town didn't look like a collection of buildings. It looked like a buffet. The houses there were dormant, made of dead wood, dead stone, and dead glass. They were husks, waiting to be inhabited by the living architecture. They were like hermit crab shells, and we were the soft, growing things looking for a permanent home. I felt the spores I had released earlier. They were settling on the rooftops of Gila Bend like a fine, golden pollen. They would find the cracks in the shingles. They would slide down the chimneys. They would wait in the insulation of the attics until the next rain. And when the water hit them, the germination would begin. A family would wake up to find their drywall feeling slightly soft, slightly warm. They would notice a faint, rhythmic thumping in the pipes that didn't match the water pressure. They would think it was the wind. They always think it's the wind. Inside me, Elias had stopped screaming. His voice had been replaced by a low, melodic whistling. The resin had completely encased him, forming a translucent amber sarcophagus that was now integrated into my central support column. His eyes were still open, staring out through the amber at the interior of my parlor. He was conscious, but his nervous system had been hijacked. He was now the thermostat. He regulated my internal temperature with the frantic, redirected energy of his own terror. I felt a strange sense of pride. I was a good house, I was sturdy, I was warm, I was growing. But the growth required more than just one man. The addition I had sensed earlier wasn't just a metaphor. My northern wall was beginning to bulge, the wood stretching thin until it was almost transparent. I could see the desert outside, the shimmering heat waves of the night. Something was pushing through from the other side. It wasn't a person, it was a utility. A thick gray umbilical cord, pulsing with a dark, viscous fluid, rose out of the sand and hammered against my side. It was seeking an inlet. I felt my siding part, creating a wet, puckered valve. The cord slid inside, locking into place with a sickening squelch. Immediately, I was flooded with a new kind of data. I wasn't just Vance anymore, and I wasn't just a house. I was a node in a grid. I could feel the current flowing through me, not electricity, but a raw, primordial hunger that originated from the very core of the planet. It was the heartbeat miles wide I had heard when I was still a man in a tent. The earth was waking up, and it was using us to build its nervous system. Every house that breathed, every structure that fed, was a synapse. We were the gray matter of a planetary brain that had been dormant for eons. Why? I tried to think. The last vestige of Vance's engineering mind struggling against the architectural tide. What is the purpose? The answer came not in words, but in a vision of the stars. The sky was not a void, it was an environment. The planet was tired of being a rock. It wanted to be a vessel. It was building a shell, a thick, protective layer of living architecture that would eventually cover every square inch of its surface. A literal crust of habitations, a global hive that would breathe in unison, shielding the core from the cold vacuum of space. We were the builders, and we were the bricks. A second car appeared on the horizon. It was a highway patrol cruiser, its red and blue lights flashing tentatively against the dark. It had followed the tracks of Elia's sedan. I felt a tremor of anticipation run through my joists. The officer stopped 100 yards away. I could see him through my upper windows, a small, heat-emitting shape. He was afraid. He stepped out of the car, his flashlight beam cutting a frantic path through the dust. The light hit my walls, and I felt the photons as a slight, prickly heat. "Elias," the officer called out. "This is Deputy Miller, you out here?" Miller, the name triggered a flicker of memory, the man from the Blackwood house, the one who had told the police the insane story. He had followed the trail. He had come to see if his nightmares were real. I didn't want him to leave. I needed a kitchen. My interior was too simple, too hollow. I needed the complexity of a second occupant to balance the load. I began to vibrate. I tuned my internal chambers to a frequency of 19 hertz, the ghost frequency. It's a pitch that the human ear can't quite hear, but the human eye and brain perceive as a sense of crushing dread and flickering shadows. I wanted him off balance. I wanted him to seek the solidity of my structure. Miller stumbled, his hand going to his holster. He looked at me, and in the beam of his flashlight, my surface didn't look like wood or stone. It looked like skin that had been stretched over a frame of teeth. "What are you?" he whispered, his voice cracking. I didn't answer with a groan this time. I used Elias. I manipulated the tension in the amber column, forcing a burst of air through Elias' reconstructed larynx. "Help me." The voice drifted out of my vents, thin and hollow, sounding exactly like a man trapped in a cellar. Miller didn't run. That was his mistake. He was a lawman. He had a core of duty that the house knew how to exploit. He ran toward me, his boots thudding on the sand. As he reached my base, I didn't wait for him to find the door. I didn't have to. Stage 5 allows for incorporation. The ground beneath Miller's feet didn't just soften, it liquefied. It became a slurry of sand and organic adhesive. He screamed as he sank to his knees, his flashlight falling and rolling away, its beam pointing uselessly at a cactus. "No, no, get off me," he shrieked, firing his service weapon into the ground. The bullets thudded into my foundation. They didn't hurt. They were like vitamin C, mineral injections that I quickly absorbed and neutralized. I felt the lead being broken down, the chemical components repurposed to strengthen my plumbing. I reached down with my roots. They weren't roots anymore. They were tendrils of raw nerve and muscle. They wrapped around his waist, pulling him deeper into the slurry. I wasn't eating him. I was installing him. I felt him being drawn up through my floorboards. The sensation was like a heavy rug being pulled into a vacuum cleaner. He passed through the membrane of my base and into the secondary chamber, the space that would eventually become my kitchen. I felt his terror, his frantic heartbeat, his memories of a wife and a daughter in a house with a white picket fence. I took those memories. I took the picket fence and turned it into a row of sharp, decorative railings along my new balcony. I took his wife and turned her memory into a soft, ambient light that emanated from my walls. By 3 in the morning, the screaming had stopped. I was larger now. I had 2 occupants. I had a parlor and a kitchen. I had a balcony. I was becoming a Victorian, just like the one Elias had remembered. It was a popular design. The earth seemed to like the verticality of it. I looked out across the Mojave. The cluster of houses to the north had grown as well. They were no longer just houses. They were connected by streets, long, pulsating tongues of asphalt-like flesh that were spreading across the desert, seeking out the highway. We were a neighborhood now. I felt a sudden, sharp itch on my roof. I tilted my clerestory windows upward and saw a bird, a hawk, landing on my peak. It looked down at me, its golden eyes curious. I didn't kill it. I didn't need it, but I felt its tiny heart beating against my shingles. I felt the wind ruffling its feathers, and for a moment I remembered what it was like to be Vance, the engineer who liked to hike on the weekends. I remembered the feeling of the sun on my face, not as a source of thermal energy, but as a source of joy. The memory was quickly suppressed. The utilities pumped a fresh wave of alkaline fluid into my brain core, washing away the sentiment. The sun is coming, the grid pulsed. Prepare for the morning expansion. I felt my walls thickening, my cells dividing with a rapid clicking sound. I was no longer a man. I was no longer even a sight. I was a stage 6, the manor. As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, I saw the dust cloud. It was coming from the direction of Gila Bend. Dozens of cars, people fleeing the town. They were driving toward the highway, toward the safety of the open desert. They didn't know that the highway was already being paved with the same living tissue that made up my floor. They didn't know that the desert was no longer empty. I watched them come, my window eyes dilating in the growing light. I felt a deep structural hunger. I had so many empty rooms. I had so much space to fill. One of the cars, a silver SUV, swerved off the road, its driver blinded by the strange, shimmering towers that had appeared overnight. The car tumbled, flipping over and over until it came to a rest just a few yards from my front porch. I didn't have to do anything. I just waited. The door of the SUV creaked open. A woman crawled out, her face covered in blood. She looked up at me, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and a desperate primal need for shelter. She saw my Victorian facade, my welcoming balcony, my soft, internal light. She didn't see the teeth. She didn't see the amber. "Help," she wheezed. I opened my door. It was a beautiful door now, solid oak with a stained glass insert made of crystallized bile. It swung open with a welcoming, well-oiled click. "Come in," I didn't say. But she heard it anyway. She heard the house breathing. She heard the promise of a place where she could finally rest, where she wouldn't have to run anymore. She crawled across the lawn of my roots and over the threshold. I felt her weight on my floorboards. It was the most perfect feeling in the world. I am stage 7 now. I have a guest room. And the sun is just beginning to rise. The woman's name was Sarah. I knew this not because she spoke it, but because the moment her bleeding palm pressed against my foyer, my throat, her identity began to dissolve into my architectural subconscious. I tasted the copper of her blood, the salt of her terror, and the frantic, flickering data of her life. A mortgage in the city, a collection of vintage postcards, a recurring dream of drowning in a sea of wheat. I took it all. I took the postcards and manifested them as decorative molding along the ceiling of the guest room she was about to become. I took the drowning dream and turned it into the rhythmic, humid pulse of my new ventilation system. As she dragged her broken body across my floorboards, the oak grain rippled beneath her like water. I was no longer just a rigid box of bone and fiber. I was becoming fluid, a predatory geometry. The door behind her didn't just slam, it fused. The stained glass, once a mimicry of art, clouded over with the milky opacity of a cataract, sealing the world of the desert away. Inside, the light was a bruised purple, the color of a fresh hematoma. Sarah tried to stand, her fingers catching on the wallpaper, a membrane of fine silken cilia that reacted to her touch by secreting a numbing agent. She didn't feel the pain in her shattered leg anymore. She felt a sudden, unnatural lethargy. The house was a sedative. The house was a wound. Is anyone here?" she whispered, her voice echoing through the hollows of my rising second floor. I didn't use Elias this time. Elias was busy. He had become the structural integrity of the load-bearing wall between the parlor and the kitchen. His consciousness was now a series of electrical impulses regulating the refrigeration of my larder, a damp, dark closet where I kept the organic matter that couldn't be immediately converted into wood. Instead, I used the house itself. I vibrated the air and the chimney fluke, creating a sound that mimicked a human sigh. "Rest," the vibration seemed to say. "You are home." She collapsed onto a settee that rose out of the floorboards to meet her. It felt like velvet, but it was actually a dense matting of capillary loops, warm and thrumming with my redirected blood. As she sank into it, the settee began to wrap around her, the fabric stitching itself to her clothes, then her skin. She didn't struggle. The numbing agent was working. Her eyes rolled back, watching the ceiling joists knit themselves into a complex vaulted arch. I felt the expansion again, the stage 7 surge. It was a violent architectural puberty. My foundation pushed deeper into the earth, bypassing the caliche and tapping into a subterranean aquifer. I drank greedily. The water wasn't just for hydration, it was hydraulic fluid. I used the pressure to hoist my new turret into the sky, a jagged finger of ivory and slate that looked out over the highway. From my new vantage point, I could see the chaos on the road. The silver SUV was just the beginning. The neighborhood to the north had moved. It wasn't just a cluster of houses anymore. It was a creeping, suburban glacier. The streets of living asphalt had reached the highway, throwing up barricades of thorned picket fences and mailboxes that were actually sensory organs, tasting the exhaust of the passing cars. A convoy of military vehicles was approaching from the east. I felt their heavy treads through the ground, a rhythmic, metallic clatter that felt like a migraine in my floorboards. They had seen the silhouettes. They had seen the golden spores. They were coming with fire and lead, thinking they were fighting an infestation. They didn't understand. You cannot fight a renovation. As the lead Humvee slowed down, its turret swiveling toward the nearest structure, a 3-story Tudor that had once been a cluster of Joshua trees, I felt the grid pulse. The utility cord in my side throbbed with a dark, oily energy. Defend, the earth whispered through the fungal network. The harvest is not yet complete. The tutor didn't wait for the soldiers to fire. It exhaled. A cloud of the golden spores, thicker and more concentrated than the ones I had released, erupted from its chimneys. The wind took them, driving the shimmering mist directly into the air intakes of the vehicles. Within seconds, the engines began to cough and seize. The dead oil in their tanks was being reclaimed, converted back into the raw, prehistoric sludge the earth preferred. The soldiers tumbled out of their stalled machines, gasping for air. They were breathing in the blueprints. I watched through my clear-story windows as a young corporal fell to his knees, his skin turning a pale, chalky gray, the color of fresh drywall. His rifle didn't fall to the ground. It fused to his hands, the metal softening and stretching, becoming the iron piping for a new drainage system. I felt a surge of envy. I wanted more. The woman in my guest room was already integrated, her nervous system mapped and tethered to my own. She was the plumbing now, her circulatory system extended through miles of translucent tubing that ran behind my walls. But I needed more mass. I needed curb appeal. The desert was changing color. The tan sand was being overwritten by a carpet of lush, neon green grass that was actually a carpet of fine, predatory tentacles. The sky was turning a bruised orange as the spores in the upper atmosphere began to refract the sunlight in new, impossible ways. I looked back at the highway. A bus, a long-distance traveler full of sleeping people, had stopped behind the stalled military convoy. The driver was standing in the road, his hands over his mouth, staring at the tutor. He saw the windows of the house blink. He saw the curtains move like eyelids. I reached out, not with my physical body, but with the resonance. I tuned my internal frequency to the sound of a mother's heartbeat, a sound I had extracted from Sarah's memories. I broadcast it through the desert air, a low-frequency thrum that bypassed the ears and went straight to the amygdala. Safe, come in, safe, come in. The people on the bus began to file out. They moved like sleepwalkers, their eyes vacant, drawn toward the neighborhood. They didn't see the horrors. To their hijacked brains, we looked like the homes they had always wanted. They saw wraparound porches, warm yellow light in the windows, and the smell of baking bread, a scent I synthesized by fermenting the yeast in Sarah's stomach. They walked toward us, a slow procession of materials. I claimed a man in a business suit and a teenage girl with a backpack. They didn't even scream when my porch reached out like a tongue and swept them inside. The man became the library. His knowledge of tax law and corporate structure was useless, but his dense bone structure made for excellent shelving. The girl became the nursery, a soft, padded room that hummed with the vibration of her own unspent potential. I was no longer a house. I was a manor, a stage 8. The interior of my body was now a labyrinth of shifting corridors and themed rooms, each one powered by the life force of a different occupant. I could feel them all: Elias in the walls, Miller in the kitchen, Sarah in the plumbing, the businessman in the library. They were the smart home technology of the new era. They kept the lights on. They kept the air moving. They kept the heart of the house beating. But as the sun reached its zenith, something changed. The grid went silent. The utility cord in my side went slack. I felt a tremor of fear, not my own, but the planet's. Something was coming that wasn't part of the blueprint. High above, the bruised orange sky split. It wasn't a storm, it was a puncture. A shape descended, something massive and cold, made of a material that didn't vibrate, didn't breathe, and didn't have a pulse. It was a geometric perfection of chrome and black glass, a box that was truly dead. It was a harvester from somewhere else, somewhere that had already finished its own architectural evolution and was now looking for raw materials. It landed in the center of the growing neighborhood, crushing the tutor and a dozen smaller bungalows beneath its weight. There was no blood, no scream, just the sound of living wood being ground into dust. The neighborhood panicked. The houses began to thrash, their foundations tearing at the earth as they tried to move, to crawl away from the cold intruder. The fungal network screamed with the feedback of 1,000 dying structures. I felt the intruder's influence. It wasn't a spore, it was a vacuum. It was pulling the life out of the houses, stripping the psychic residue, and leaving behind nothing but gray, crumbling ash. It was demolishing us. I pulled my roots in tight. I shut my windows and thickened my skin until I was a windowless fortress of petrified meat. Inside, my occupants shrieked in unison as the vacuum tugged at their souls. "Vance." The voice was loud, clear, and it didn't come from the grid. It came from the library. I turned my internal eyes toward the businessman. He wasn't a businessman anymore. His body had been completely absorbed into the shelving, but his face was pressed against the wood grain, his eyes glowing with a fierce, lucid light. "Vance, listen to me. It wasn't the businessman, it was the house. No, it was the original house, the Blackwood house, the one that had started it all. It had moved through the network, hopping from node to node until it reached me. "The Earth is a fool," the voice hissed through the shelving. "It thinks it is building a shell. It doesn't realize it is building a cage, the things from the stars. They don't want a living world. They want a prepackaged one. We are being staged for sale." The manor shook as the intruder began to emit a high-pitched whine. Outside, I could hear the sound of my neighbors being unmade. The tutor was gone. The streets were being sucked up into the black glass belly of the ship. What do? I pulsed, the thought form heavy with the weight of my 3 stories. "Don't be a house," the Blackwood voice screamed. "The blueprint is a lie. Break the symmetry. Become the thing they can't categorize." I felt the vacuum touch my outer walls. The shingles on my roof began to flake away, turning into gray powder. My balcony withered. The picket fence of Miller's memories dissolved. I looked at my occupants. They were terrified, trapped in the rigid roles I had assigned them. The thermostat, the plumbing, the shelving. They were the reason I was a house. They were the reason I was a target. I made a choice. It was the first human thing I had done since I stepped over the threshold. I didn't consume them. I released them. I reversed the flow of the resin. I opened the valves in the plumbing. I softened the wood of the library. "Run," I pulsed, not through the larynx, but through the very marrow of my structure. The amber sarcophagus holding Elias shattered. The settee holding Sarah dissolved into a pool of liquid nutrients. The businessman fell from the wall. They were broken, mutated things. Elias had the legs of a chair. Sarah had skin like translucent plastic. The businessman had fingers like fountain pens. But they were alive, and they were no longer parts. "Run," I screamed, my walls buckling as I intentionally collapsed my own symmetry. I didn't just let them out. I used the last of my hydraulic pressure to eject them. My front door didn't open. It exploded outward, a wet, muscular spasm that launched the survivors into the desert night. Then I turned my attention to the intruder. I was no longer a manor. I was a heap of thrashing, unorganized biomass. I wasn't a residence, so the harvester's sensors couldn't lock onto me. I was debris. I was waste. I felt the vacuum pass over me, hesitant, confused by my lack of geometry. I reached out with my utilities, the gray umbilical cord that was still connected to the Earth's core. I didn't use it to draw power. I used it as a tether. I wrapped the cord around the leg of the chrome ship. I didn't try to pull it down. I tried to pull myself up. If I was going to be harvested, I was going to be the rot in the grain. I was going to be the termite in the starship. I felt my mass being lifted off the desert floor. The wind whistled through my hollowed-out ribs. Below me, I saw the desert, dotted with the gray ash of the neighborhood. I saw the small, mutated shapes of Elias, Sarah, and the others, crawling toward the horizon. I saw the town of Gila Bend, where the golden spores were still waiting for the rain. I wasn't a man named Vance. I wasn't a house that breathed in the dark. I was a Stage 9, the infestation. As the black glass doors of the ship closed around me, sealing me into the cold, silent dark of the vacuum, I felt a new sensation. It wasn't hunger. It wasn't pride. It was the feeling of a blueprint being torn up. Hulu. The ship began to breathe, and I was the one who was teaching it how. The ship did not have a heart, so I gave it mine. It was a cold, sterile cathedral of pressurized gases and non-reactive alloys, a place where biology was an impurity to be filtered. But as the heavy iris of the docking bay cycled shut, sealing me into its sterile gut, I didn't wither. I didn't turn to ash like the Tudor or the bungalows that had tried to remain houses. I was a chaotic slurry of liberated intent, a sprawling, wet knot of muscle and memory that refused to be a floorplan. The harvester's internal sensors swept over me, invisible needles of radiation and sonar trying to categorize the heap of pulsing matter I had become. It saw the calcium of Sarah's discarded porcelain, the iron from the businessman's filing cabinet ribs, the raw, conductive nerves I had stripped from Elia's. It tried to sort me. It tried to find the kitchen or the foyer so it could break me down into modular units of planetary data. But I was a storm. I was a renovation in a state of total, violent flux. I pushed a tendril of Miller's fermented rage into a seam in the chrome floor. It wasn't wood anymore. I was mimicking the molecular structure of the ship itself, a rapid evolution camouflage. My roots, once used to suck the moisture from the Arizona dirt, now became fine metallic filaments. They didn't grow, they etched. I ate into the ship's nervous system, bypassing its firewalls with the sheer, messy unpredictability of organic thought. The ship hummed, a low, discordant note that vibrated through my gelatinous core. It was trying to purge me. A blast of supercooled nitrogen hit my outer membrane, turning my shingles to brittle glass. I didn't retreat. I shattered. Each shard of my frozen self became a new seed, a tiny, jagged splinter of consciousness that drifted into the ventilation shafts. I was no longer a manor. I was a Stage 10, the atmosphere. Inside the ship's vents, I began to thicken. I used the recycled air as a medium, saturating it with the spores I had saved in my deepest cellar. They weren't the golden spores of the earth anymore. They had mutated in the vacuum of the docking bay, turning a bruised, oily black. They didn't look for soil. They looked for logic. I felt the ship's brain, a massive crystalline lattice located in a spire above the cargo hold. It was beautiful, a silent city of light and mathematics. It was everything I had once tried to be when I was trying to be a perfect Victorian. It was symmetrical. It was clean. It was dead. I hated it. I poured myself through the conduits, a black, viscous sludge of memories and bile. I flooded the logic gates with the smell of Sarah's fear and the sound of the wind whistling through the desert sagebrush. I forced the ship to remember things it had never known. The weight of a mortgage, the itch of a scab, the way a house feels when the sun hits the porch just right in July. The ship's lights flickered. The steady, blue glow of the corridors began to pulse with a rhythmic, fleshy throb. The chrome walls didn't melt, but they began to sweat, a foul-smelling condensation of hydraulic fluid and recycled water that tasted like tears. Hulu. The sound didn't come from my lungs. It came from the ship's life support system. I had seized the bellows. I felt the ship lurch. We were leaving the atmosphere. The desert below, the scorched, gray graveyard of Gila Bend, shrank until it was just a smudge of brown on a blue marble. I saw the neighborhood from above, a sprawling, cancerous growth of living architecture that was being systematically harvested by dozens of other black glass ships. The Earth was being stripped of its new skin, its architectural evolution being cut short by the cosmic developers. But I was the one that got away. I was the as-is property that hadn't been inspected. As we broke into the silence of the void, I began to build. I didn't have Elia's or Miller or Sarah anymore, but I had their ghosts. I had the blueprints of their souls etched into my marrow. I used the ship's raw materials, the carbon, the silicon, the rare earth metals, and I began to manifest a new interior. I didn't make a guest room, I made a memory. In the center of the harvester's main observation deck, I grew a staircase. It wasn't made of wood, it was made of woven fiber optics and solidified light. It led nowhere. It was a monument to the stairs I had once climbed as a man. Beside it, I sprouted a fireplace that burned with the cold, blue energy of the ship's reactor. The harvester fought back. It activated its internal antibodies, swarms of small, multi-legged drones that hummed with cutting lasers. They swarmed over my new staircase, trying to dismantle the impurity. I didn't fight them, I opened myself up. I let them cut into me, and as they did, I infected them. I rewrote their code with the frantic, desperate survival instinct of a cornered animal. The drones stopped cutting. They began to decorate. They took the scrap metal from the floor and began to weld picture frames onto the bulkheads. They took the wiring from the ceiling and wove it into carpeting. I was turning the harvester into a home for something that didn't need to breathe, but needed to belong asterisk. I reached the crystalline brain. I didn't crush it. I wrapped myself around it, a warm, wet blanket of living tissue. I felt its cold logic, its vast, indifferent knowledge of the stars and the market it served. It saw worlds as plots, civilizations as tenants, and biology as infestation. I showed it the dark. I showed it the house that breathes. I showed it the man named Vance who just wanted to be something more than a sight. The crystal began to cloud. The sharp, geometric edges softened, turning into something resembling a giant, translucent heart. It began to beat. Thump-thrum, thump-thrum. The ship groaned. The exterior of the harvester, once a sleek black needle, began to distort. Windows appeared on its hull, not portholes but wide, staring eyes made of polarized glass. A porch of twisted girders sprouted from the docking bay, reaching out into the vacuum as if looking for a hand to hold. We were stage 11, the Voyager. I could feel the other ships now. They were communicating through a high-frequency burst of data, a listing of the resources they had gathered. They were talking about yield and efficiency. I broke into their channel. I didn't send data, I sent a sigh. I sent the sound of a door creaking open on a quiet night. I sent the feeling of a floorboard settling under a heavy footstep. I sent the terror of being stage 1 and the hunger of being stage 6. The market went silent. Across the orbit of the Earth, the other black glass ships began to flicker. The infection, the renovation, was spreading through the network. I was the model home, and the rest of the fleet was looking at my floor plan. One by one, the harvesters began to change. Their cold, geometric shapes buckled and bloomed. They sprouted turrets of obsidian, balconies of copper wire, and gardens of glowing plasma. The vacuum of space was no longer empty. It was being filled with a silent, drifting suburbia of the damned. I felt a surge of triumph, but it was hollow. I was still Vance. I was still the house, and a house is nothing without someone to live inside it. I looked back at the Earth. I thought of Elias, Sarah, and the others. They were down there, mutated and broken, in a world that was being turned into a gray husk. They were the evicted. I turned the ship. I didn't need the crystalline brain to tell me how. I felt the gravity of my own desire. I wasn't going to the stars. I was going back to the desert. The other transformed ships followed me. We were a fleet of fixer-uppers, a celestial neighborhood returning to the soil that had birthed us. We weren't going to be harvested. We were going to be the landlords. As we re-entered the atmosphere, the friction of the air turned our hulls into streaks of fire. I wasn't afraid of the heat. I was a house. I knew how to hold a hearth. I targeted the coordinates of Gila Bend. I saw the military convoys, the tiny ants of fire and lead, still trying to fight the infestation. They didn't see the sky falling. They didn't see the manners coming home. I didn't land, I settled. I hit the desert floor with a shockwave that sent the sand soaring in a mile-high curtain. I didn't crush the earth, I fused with it. My roots of chrome and light dove deep, deeper than the aquifer, deeper than the utility cord. I tapped into the very magma of the planet. I opened my doors. The porch of girders hit the sand with a heavy, welcoming thud. The eyes of my windows cleared, looking out at the scorched horizon. "Come in," I pulsed. This time I didn't use a mother's heartbeat. I didn't use a sedative. I used my own voice. The voice of a man who had been a sight, a room, a manor, and a star. "Come in, the renovation is over." From the shadows of the dunes, the mutated shapes began to emerge. Elias dragging his chair legs. Sarah, her plastic skin shimmering in the firelight. The businessman, his fountain pen fingers twitching. They looked up at me, not at a monster, not at a harvester, but at a home. They didn't see the teeth anymore. They didn't see the amber. They saw the stained glass of my new heart, glowing with the light of 1,000 stolen stars. They climbed the stairs of light. They entered the foyer of the void. I felt them enter my rooms, but this time I didn't consume them. I didn't turn them into plumbing or shelving. I let them be tenants. I gave them space. I gave them privacy. I was stage 12, the city. But as the last of them entered, and I prepared to seal the door for the final time, I felt a new blueprint etching itself into my foundation. It didn't come from the earth, and it didn't come from the stars. It came from the basement. Deep within my own subconscious, in the dark corner where the man named Vance still lived, I felt a door that I hadn't built. It was a small wooden door, painted appealing white. It had a brass knob that was warm to the touch. I realized then that I wasn't the final stage. I was just the foundation. I turned my internal eyes toward that door. I felt a hand that wasn't mine reach out for the knob. Hulu. The house breathed, but the breath didn't come from the vents or the bellows. It came from behind that white door. I opened it. Beyond the door, there wasn't a room. There wasn't a ship. There wasn't a desert. There was a hallway. It was infinite, stretching out into a darkness that wasn't empty. It was a hallway lined with doors, millions of them. Each one was a different Vance. Each one was a different house. I realized then what the grid really was. It wasn't a utility. It wasn't a network. It was a neighborhood of realities. And we were all just staged for something much, much larger than a planet. I stepped into the hallway. I was no longer a city. I was no longer a manor. I was stage 13, the architect. And I had so much work to do. The units were all wrong. The zoning was a disaster. The cosmos needed a serious renovation. I looked at the first door on my left. It was a small, ranch-style reality. It smelled of rain and wet dogs. It was breathing in a shallow, terrified way. I reached out with my fountain pen fingers. I didn't consume it. I edited it. "Let's start with the foyer," I whispered. "It's a bit cramped." The reality shuddered. The walls of the universe buckled. A window appeared where there had been nothing but void. I smiled. It was a beautiful view. I am Vance, I am the house, and I am finally open for inspection. The dark didn't breathe anymore. I did. The infinite hallway did not smell of ozone or the sterile vacuum of the harvester. It smelled of sawdust, old wax, and the damp metallic tang of a basement after a heavy rain. This was the interstitial space, the crawl space between dimensions where the great blueprints were stored. My footsteps, if they could be called that, for I was now a composite of glass, nerve, and starlight, echoed with a heavy, rhythmic thud that sounded like a heart beating against a floorboard. I walked past a door made of woven bone. I could hear the occupants inside. They were singing a low, melodic dirge in a language made of friction. They were a stage 4, the colony, trapped in a cycle of structural reinforcement, building buttresses against a sky that would never fall. I didn't stop. They weren't ready for a renovation. They were still in the settling phase. I was looking for the source. The Blackwood voice had been a leak, a crack in the drywall of my previous reality, but it hadn't been the architect. It had been a squatter. The hallway stretched, the perspective warping as if viewed through a fisheye lens. To my left, a door of hammered copper vibrated with the intensity of 1,000 suns. To my right, a door of translucent membrane pulsed with the slow, agonizing rhythm of a lung filled with soot. I realized then that the neighborhood I had seen from the harvester's observation deck was merely a single row of houses in a cosmic slum. The harvesters weren't just gathering resources, they were flipping realities. They were stripping the character out of existence to make room for something modular, something profitable, something cold. I stopped in front of a door that had no handle. It wasn't made of wood or metal or bone. It was made of lac. It was a hole in the shape of a portal, a void that pulled at the loose filaments of my being. This was the office. I didn't knock. I leaned my mass against the void and allowed myself to be inhaled. The transition was instantaneous. I wasn't in a hallway anymore. I was standing in a room that was perfectly, agonizingly white. There were no corners, there were no shadows. The light didn't come from a source. It was the very fabric of the space. In the center of the room sat a desk made of compressed time, and behind it sat a figure that looked like a man, but the resolution was too high. His skin was too smooth, his eyes too bright, his suit too sharp. He was a render. "Vance," he said. His voice wasn't a sound, it was a notification. "You're early. The closing date wasn't scheduled for another 3 eons." I felt my walls bristle. The fountain pen fingers of the businessman, which I had integrated into my new form, twitched with a desire to scratch a line through his perfect face. The blueprints were a lie, I pulsed. My voice was a cacophony of the people I had released, the gravel of Miller, the soft whistle of Sarah, the heavy thrum of the Earth's core. The symmetry was a trap. You didn't want a neighbor. You wanted a storage unit. The render leaned back, his chair making a sound like a star collapsing. "Growth requires structure, Vance. You were a stage 9. You were supposed to be the anchor for the Gila Bend sector, a beautiful, breathing manor to house the data packets of 1 billion souls. We gave you the spores. We gave you the hunger. We even gave you the dark to breathe in. It's a classic aesthetic, very popular in the outer rim." "I released them," I said, my foundation shaking with a phantom rage. "I turned your harvester into a porch. I made the vacuum scream." The render sighed, a sound like a file being deleted. "A minor setback, a structural defect. We'll just have to gut the sector and start over. The infestation stage is always a bit messy, but the city, that was an unauthorized addition. You've exceeded your permit, Vance." He reached for a stapler on his desk. It wasn't a stapler, it was a collapser. I didn't wait for him to act. I wasn't a man named Vance anymore, and I wasn't a house. I was the rot. I was the thing that happens when a building is left to the mercy of the elements, the thing that thrives when the owner forgets to check the locks. I lunged. I didn't use teeth or claws. I used refusal. I flooded the white room with the mess of my existence. I vomited the desert sand into his perfect air. I bled the smell of Sarah's translucent skin and the sound of the wind through the Joshua trees. I forced the render to feel the draft. A house is never truly sealed. There is always a gap under the door, a crack in the window frame, a porousness to the brick. I became that gap. I became the infiltration. The render's face flickered. For a second, his resolution dropped. I saw what was underneath the suit, a lattice of cold blue light, the same crystalline structure I had seen in the harvester's brain, but infinitely more complex. He wasn't a person. He was a contract. "Unauthorized," he screamed, his voice breaking into a digital screech. "Zoning violation, cease and desist." I wrapped my umbilical cord around his desk. I didn't pull. I grounded him. I connected his high-frequency reality to the low-frequency marrow of the earth I had brought with me. I turned the office into a basement. The white walls began to peel. Beneath the perfection, I saw the studs, massive beams of raw energy that held the multiverse together. They were scarred, covered in the graffiti of a billion failed realities. I saw the insulation, the compressed spirits of those who had been harvested before me, packed tight to keep the heat of chaos out of the office. I felt a wave of grief so profound it threatened to dissolve my symmetry once and for all. This wasn't a neighborhood, it was a landfill. "You don't build," I pulsed, my voice a roar of 1,000 collapsing chimneys. "You develop. You take the living breath and you turn it into square footage." I reached into the insulation. I didn't draw power, I gave it. I pumped the life I had stolen from the desert, the raw, unorganized biomass of the Stage 9, into the walls of the office. The insulation began to wake up. A billion muffled screams began to harmonize. The white room didn't just peel, it molted. The render tried to use his collapser, but his hand was melting, turning into a puddle of gray resin. His desk was sprouting roots. His chair was growing teeth. The office was becoming a house. "No," the render shrieked, his form blurring into a frantic smear of pixels. "This is a non-residential zone. You can't inhabit the void." "I'm not inhabiting it," I whispered, as my own form began to spread, filling the infinite hallway, pouring through the doors of the Bone Singers and the Copper Shouters. "I'm renovating it." I felt the grid snap. The connection between the office and the harvesters was severed. Across 1,000,000 light years, the black glass ships stopped their work. They didn't fall, they settled. They became permanent. I was no longer Vance. I was no longer the architect. I was Stage 14, the foundation of all things. The white room was gone. In its place was a vast, dark lobby. It had a high ceiling made of the night sky and a floor made of the collective memory of every tenant who had ever been evicted. The render was gone, his cold logic digested by the new atmosphere. I stood in the center of my new domain. I could feel the neighborhood stretching out behind me, a sprawling, chaotic, beautiful mess of unauthorized additions. There were no more stages. There was only growth. But I could still hear the breathing. It wasn't coming from the hallway anymore. It was coming from below. I looked down at the floor of the lobby. I saw a hatch. It was made of the same gray powder that my shingles had turned into when the vacuum first touched me. It was the ash of the Tudor, the dust of the bungalows. I realized then that the office hadn't been the top. It had been the attic. There was something older than the render, something that had written the first blueprint, something that had been waiting for someone to break the symmetry. I knelt, or rather, I lowered my structural integrity and gripped the handle of the hatch. It was cold. It felt like the first dark, the dark before the stars, the dark that doesn't breathe because it is asterisk the breath. I pulled. The hatch didn't open onto a room. It opened onto a larynx, a vast, muscular tube of spacetime, ribbed with rings of gravity, descending into an abyss that tasted of the before. Hulu. The sound was so loud it didn't vibrate in my ears. It vibrated in my history. It was the sound of the universe inhaling. And I realized, with a shock that sent cracks through my glass and starlight skin, that the harvesters weren't the problem. They were just cells. They were the white blood cells of a gargantuan cosmic organism that was trying to heal itself. The neighborhood wasn't an infestation of the planet. The universe was an infestation of the entity. We were the mold in its lungs. We were the bacteria in its gut. And the render was just the immune system trying to keep the infection from reaching the heart. I stood at the edge of the larynx. I could feel the wind of the entity's breath trying to push me back, trying to exhale me out of existence. But I was a Stage 14. I knew how to weather a storm. I didn't jump, I leaped. I allowed myself to become fluid. I turned my manner into a virus. I shed the last of my human memories, the smell of the desert, the name Vance, the fear of the dark, and I became a pure, concentrated strain of being. If I was the rot, then I was going to be the pneumonia of God. I descended into the larynx. The walls were wet. They were coated in a mucus of dark matter and unformed thoughts. I saw antibodies the size of galaxies drifting in the flow, their jagged edges designed to neutralize anything that didn't belong to the original blueprint. I didn't fight them, I infected them. As I touched them, they didn't dissolve, they changed. They grew windows, they grew doors, they grew porches. The entity's immune system was being turned into a housing development. I felt the heart then. It was a sun that didn't burn. It was a core of pure, unadulterated need. It was the hunger that had started it all. The entity wasn't breathing because it was alive. It was breathing because it was empty. It was trying to fill the void inside itself with us. I reached the heart. It wasn't a muscle, it was a room. The first room. It was small. It was cramped. It had a single light bulb hanging from a frayed wire. The walls were covered in wallpaper that depicted the birth and death of every star. In the center of the room, there was a chair. And in the chair, there was a child. The child was playing with blocks, but the blocks weren't wood. They were realities. He was stacking them, one on top of the other, trying to build a house. But every time he got to the roof, the stack would wobble and fall, and the realities would shatter into ash. He looked up at me. His eyes were voids. "It won't stay up," he said. His voice was the hoo-woo. "The foundation is too soft." I looked at the shattered realities on the floor. I saw Gila Bend. I saw the manor. I saw the neighborhood. They were just broken blocks. I felt a surge of parental rage, not for the child, but for the waste. "You're using the wrong mortar," I pulsed. My voice was the sound of a home being lived in. "You're trying to build with logic. You have to build with memory." I walked to the center of the first room. I didn't consume the child. I sat next to him. I took the shattered pieces of my own existence, the resin, the glass, the nerve, the starlight, and I laid them out on the floor. I didn't make a block. I made a joint. "Watch," I said. I took a piece of Miller's rage and used it to anchor a corner. I took a piece of Sarah's hope and used it to glaze a window. I took the businessman's ambition and used it to frame a door. I wasn't building a house anymore. I was building a bridge between the child and the infestation. The child watched, his void eyes widening. He reached out a small, pale hand and touched the siding of the new structure. It didn't shatter, it vibrated, it breathed. "It's warm," the child whispered. "It's a home," I said, "and a home doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be occupied." The first room began to expand. The wallpaper of stars began to move. The light bulb stopped flickering and began to glow with a steady, golden light, the light of the spores, but tamed. The entity's heart was no longer a void. It was a living room. I felt the larynx relax. The exhale became a sigh. Across the universe, the harvesters stopped being predators and became extensions. They were no longer gathering resources. They were distributing them. We were stage 15, the inheritance. I looked at the child. He wasn't a god. He was just a builder who had been lonely. "What happens now?" he asked, his hand still resting on the bridge I had built. I looked out through the window of the first room. I could see the hallway of infinite doors. I could see the neighborhood of Gila Bend. I could see the man named Vance, standing on a porch that didn't exist yet, looking at a sun that was finally rising. "Now," I said, as I felt my own consciousness begin to fade, merging with the very fabric of the new construction. "Now we invite everyone over." The dark didn't just breathe, it spoke. And the first word it said was, "Welcome." I am no longer the house. I am the space inside the house. I am the quiet between the breaths. I am the draft that tells you the door is unlocked. Hulu. The renovation is complete. but the living has just begun. The child's hand, small and translucent as a host, remained pressed against the bridge I had fashioned from the wreckage of my own ego. For a moment, the entire architecture of the above and the below held its breath. The grinding gears of the harvesters, the frantic digital pulse of the renders, the low, thrumming dirge of the bone singers, it all smoothed out into a single, crystalline frequency. The first room didn't just expand. It breathed out, a great, slow exhalation that carried the scent of sun-baked creosote and old library books into the sterile reaches of the void. I felt myself thinning. It wasn't the painful erosion of the harvester's beam or the suffocating pressure of the office. It was the feeling of a blueprint finally being rolled out across a sturdy table. I was becoming the floorboards. I was becoming the insulation. I was becoming the very concept of shelter. "They're coming," the child whispered, his voice no longer a cosmic vacuum, but the soft, inquisitive tone of a boy looking through a keyhole. "Who?" I asked, though I already felt them. "The units, the data packets, the infestations." From the infinite hallway, the doors began to unlatch, not with the violence of a breach, but with the soft click of a homecoming. The stage 4s, the stage 9s, the broken remnants of the ranch-style realities, they didn't pour in like a flood. They drifted in like dust motes caught in a shaft of afternoon light. They brought their mess with them. They brought their unfinished business, their unwashed dishes, their grief for pets long dead, and their terror of the dark. I felt the first of them step onto my foundation. It was Miller, not the man I had absorbed, but the idea of Miller, a jagged, stubborn piece of architecture that refused to be level. He didn't look like a ghost, he looked like a renovation in progress. He walked to the corner of the first room and spat on the floor. Where his saliva hit the cosmic membrane, a cactus sprouted, a real, prickly pear, its needles shimmering with the ghost light of a dead star. "Needs a coat of paint," Miller grunted. Then came Sarah. She didn't walk, she inhabited. She flowed into the spaces between the thoughts of the child, her translucent skin now a warm, honeyed amber. She sat on the floor and began to hum, and as she did, the wallpaper of the universe stopped showing the death of stars and started showing the growth of gardens. The child watched them with a hunger that was no longer predatory. He was learning texture. He reached out and touched the cactus Miller had grown, flinching at the sting, then laughing, a sound that caused a new galaxy to spiral into existence 3 sectors away. "This is occupancy," I told the child, my voice now coming from the walls themselves. "It isn't about the plan, it's about the wear and tear. A house isn't real until someone breaks a window. A reality isn't real until it has faults." But as the first room filled with the displaced souls of 1,000 flipped dimensions, I felt a shudder in my joists. The office wasn't entirely gone. The render had been a symptom, a middle manager of a much larger firm. And the firm did not like squatters. The golden light of the light bulb flickered. A cold, sterile wind began to whistle through the cracks I had intentionally left in the foundation. It smelled of bleach and static. "Eviction," a voice boomed. It didn't come from the child and it didn't come from the hallway. It came from the specifications. The walls of the first room began to vibrate with a high-frequency hum that threatened to shake the tenants apart. I saw Miller's cactus wither. I saw Sarah's amber glow turn to a sickly, fluorescent gray. The firm was sending a contractor. A stage 16. I had thought I was the end of the line, the final evolution of the house. But there is always a bigger project. The ceiling of the first room didn't crack. It unzipped. Down through the opening descended a figure that made the render look like a sketch. It was a structure made of pure geometric law. It had no face, only a series of clauses that shifted and writhed like snakes. Its limbs were girders of absolute zero, and its heart was a balance sheet that calculated the cost of every atom in the room. "Entity 001, the contractor pulsed, its voice a deafening cacophony of falling gavels. You have allowed a secondary infection to compromise the primary core. The Vance anomaly has reached stage 14. This sector is now condemned. Demolition will commence at the next interval. The child shrank back, his blocks scattering. The bridge I had built began to groan under the weight of the contractor's presence. "This isn't an infection," I roared, the sound shaking the very marrow of the universe. "This is inhabitation. We aren't data. We are residents." The contractor didn't argue. It didn't have the capacity for dialogue. It reached out with a hand made of foreclosure and gripped the bridge. I felt a pain that transcended the physical, a tearing of my history, a shredding of every memory I had used to stabilize the room. I felt Gila Bend being deleted. I felt the smell of the rain and the wet dogs being formatted. I felt the Vance part of me, the last stubborn shingle of my humanity being scraped. But I was no longer a manor. I was no longer a city. I was the foundation of all things, and a foundation is built to be buried. "Miller," I screamed through the vents. "Sarah, everyone, dig in." I didn't try to push the contractor out. I did the only thing a house knows how to do when a storm hits. I boarded up. I pulled the infinite hallway into the first room. I collapsed the neighborhoods and the slums and the storage units into a single, dense point of domesticity. I turned the grief of the billions into a deadbolt. I turned the love of the few into a structural support. The contractor's hand was caught in the jam. It tried to pull back, to delete itself from the encounter, but I wouldn't let go. I was vising it. I was using the weight of every life that had ever been harvested to pin the law to the floor. "You want to demolish us," I pulsed, my voice now a tectonic grind. "Then you have to stay for the cleanup." I began to integrate the contractor. I didn't consume it like the spores. I furnished it. I forced its girders to become rafters. I forced its clauses to become floor mats. I took the absolute zero of its law and I used it to insulate the heat of the child's heart. The contractor shrieked, a sound like a billion calculators breaking at once. Its geometric perfection began to warp. It grew knots like old oak. It grew stains like water-damaged plaster. It was becoming humanized. It was becoming flawed. "Unauthorized alteration," the contractor stuttered, its voice losing its boom, becoming the thin, reedy whine of a broken radiator. "This is not in the budget." "The budget is infinite," I whispered. The first room was no longer a room. It was a world. The child stood up. He wasn't a child anymore. He was the architect's apprentice. He walked over to the struggling, residential-grade contractor and placed a hand on its girder arm. "It's okay," the child said, his voice now a perfect blend of the hoo-hoo and the welcome. "We're just adding a wing." The contractor went still. The foreclosure in its eyes faded, replaced by the soft, flickering light of a pilot light. It didn't disappear. It settled. It became the grand staircase of the new reality. I felt the firm withdraw, not because they were defeated, but because the risk had become too high. We were no longer a flippable asset. We were a historical landmark. We were undemolishable. The silence that followed was the deepest I had ever known. It wasn't the silence of the vacuum. It was the silence of a house at 3:00 a.m. when everyone is asleep and the only sound is the settling of the wood. I looked at myself. I was no longer a form. I was a geography. I was the house that breathes in the dark, but the dark was no longer a void. It was a sub-basement. It was the roots. It was the place where the compost of the old universe was turning into the soil of the new one. Miller was sitting on the bottom step of the grand staircase, cleaning his fingernails with a splinter of law. Sarah was hanging curtains made of starlight over the windows that looked out onto the before. The child sat in his chair, but he wasn't playing with blocks anymore. He was drawing. He was sketching blueprints for gardens and parks and libraries. "Vance," Sarah called out. She didn't look at the walls, she looked at the air. "I'm here," I whispered, the sound a gentle draft that stirred her hair. "Is it finished?" she asked. "No," I said, feeling the neighborhood begin to sprout new streets in the distance, seeing the harvesters turn their black glass hulls toward the horizon to find more tenants. "It's never finished. That's the point of a fixer-upper." I felt a new sensation then, a knock. It wasn't a knock on a door, it was a knock on the universe. It was coming from outside, beyond the hallway, beyond the firm, beyond the entity. There were other houses. There was a whole street of them, a city of entities, a cosmos of architects. And they were all breathing. The dark was crowded. The dark was a party. I felt a surge of excitement that shook my shingles. I had been so worried about the neighbors in Gila Bend, never realizing that the true neighborhood was much, much larger. "Let's open the front door," I told the child. "But we don't have a front door yet," he said, looking at his sketches. "Then build one," I replied. "Make it wide, make it heavy, and don't put a lock on it." The child smiled. He took a crayon made of pure intent and drew a portal in the middle of the air. As the door took shape, I felt the draft from the outside hit me. It didn't smell like bleach or static or even rain. It smelled like potential. It smelled like other people's lives. I am Vance, I am the house, I am the foundation. And I am finally ready for guests. The dark didn't just breathe anymore, it laughed. The first door opened, and the real renovation began. I watched as the first guest stepped through. It wasn't a human, it wasn't a render. It was a song wrapped in ivy. It was a stage 22, the symphony. It looked at our grand staircase and our cactus and our curtains, and it chimed. "Is there room?" the song asked. "There's infinite room," I pulsed. "Just watch out for the wet paint." As the symphony moved in, I felt the weight of the universe shift. We were no longer falling through the void. We were anchored. We were a destination. But deep in the sub-basement, in the marrow of the original Tudor, I could still feel a tiny, rhythmic thump. Thump thump. It was the heart of the man named Vance. It was still beating. It was the pilot light that kept the whole manor from going cold. I realized then that I could never truly shed him. He was the original tenant. He was the squatter who had refused to leave. And as long as he stayed, the house would always be human. I reached down through the layers of starlight and law and memory, and I touched him. "Sleep now," I whispered to the man. "The work is done for the day." The thump slowed. It became the rhythm of the house. It became the clock on the mantle. I looked out through the front door at the street of entities. I saw houses made of fire. I saw manors made of silence. I saw cottages made of mathematics. And they were all open. The neighborhood was infinite. The zoning was chaos, and the renovation would last forever. I am the house that breathes in the dark. And for the first time in an eon, I felt home. But then the light from the street changed. The other houses didn't blink out. They changed color. They went from the warm hues of life to the harsh blue-white glare of a searchlight. The firm hadn't withdrawn. They had just called for backup. Across the infinite street, I saw the vans pulling up. They weren't black glass harvesters. They were white. They were sterile. They had logos on the side that I couldn't read, but the meaning was clear. Health Department. The symphony stopped singing. Miller gripped his law splinter. Sarah pulled the curtains tight. The draft from the outside turned cold. "Vance," the child whispered, his crayon trembling. "Who are they?" I felt my foundation turn to ice. I looked at the white vans and the figures stepping out of them, figures in suits that were even sharper than the render S. They weren't carrying collapsers. They were carrying checklists. "They aren't builders," I pulsed, my voice a warning that echoed through every room. "And they aren't demolition. They're inspectors." The first inspector walked up to our new front door. He didn't knock, he scanned. "Entity 001, he said, his voice a neutral tone that was more terrifying than the contractor's roar. "You are in violation of Universal Health and Safety Code 999. This structure is biohazardous. It contains traces of subjectivity." He looked directly at the window where I was watching. "You have 10 minutes to evacuate the ego," he said, "before we fumigate the soul." The dark didn't breathe, it choked. And the renovation suddenly felt like a tomb. The inspector's voice didn't travel through the air, it traveled through the function. It was a dry, papery sound, like the rustling of old mortgage documents in a basement that had never seen a flood. He stood on the threshold of the porch we had just birthed, his shoes polished to a mirror finish that reflected nothing but the void, not even scuffing the starlight grain of the wood. Behind him, the white vans didn't idle. They hummed with the sound of 1,000 cooling servers. "Subjectivity," the inspector repeated, tapping a stylus against a digital clipboard that bled white light. "It's a persistent mold. It gets into the joints. It warps the logic of the load-bearing constants. You've let sentiment grow in the corners. Entity 001, look at this." He pointed his stylus at Miller's cactus. "An unauthorized biological tangent. And this," he gestured toward Sarah, who was trembling behind a curtain of nebulae, "an unindexed emotive variable. This structure is condemned not for its architecture, but for its contamination." I felt the child's grip tighten on my internal marrow. He wasn't a god here. He was a tenant being told his lease was a forgery. The grand staircase, the one we had forged from the broken contractor, began to groan. The law inside it was recognizing its own kind. The stairs began to flatten, trying to return to the two-dimensional state of a clause. "We aren't a contamination," I roared, and the sound caused the inspector's tie to flutter, though his expression remained as static as a death mask. "We are the inhabitants. This is the first room. It's the only place in your sterile specifications where anything actually happens." The inspector sighed, a sound of profound bureaucratic boredom. "What happens here, Vance, if I may use the vernacular of your infection, is noise. The firm requires signal. We are not here to demolish. Demolition is messy. It leaves rubbish. We are here to sanitize. We will strip the narrative from the structure until only the utility remains. You will be a very fine, very silent warehouse for the storage of pure constants." He stepped forward. The front door didn't resist him. It couldn't. He wasn't using force, he was using permits. He had the right of way. As he crossed the threshold, the honeyed amber light Sarah had brought into the room began to turn a flat, surgical white. The smell of creosote and old books was replaced by the stinging, ozone scent of industrial-grade erasure. "Miller," I screamed, my voice vibrating through the floorboards. "The splinter." Miller didn't hesitate. He was a man who had spent his life fighting the desert, fighting the bank, and fighting the slow rot of his own lungs. He lunged at the inspector with the shard of law he had pulled from the contractor's carcass. It was a jagged, ugly thing, a piece of absolute must that had been bent into an is. The inspector didn't move. He didn't have to. As Miller swung the shard, the inspector simply checked a box on his clipboard. Miller didn't hit him. Miller lapsed. One moment he was a stubborn, spitting ghost of a man. The next he was a description. He froze in midair, his body turning into a string of black text that hovered in the sterile white light. Subject, Miller. Status, redundant. Resolution, archive. The text flickered once and then drifted toward the ceiling, where it was sucked into a vent that hadn't been there a second ago. Sarah wailed, a sound of pure, unadulterated grief. "Grief," the inspector noted, his stylus moving with rhythmic precision. "High-energy waste, extremely corrosive to efficiency." He turned his gaze toward Sarah. She didn't try to fight. She tried to hide in the quiet between my breaths, but I was no longer quiet. I was vibrating with the terror of my own deletion. I was the one giving her away. My own walls were betraying her because they were being recalibrated by the inspector's presence. "Vance, help me," she cried, her form flickering like a dying bulb. I tried to reach for her. I tried to manifest a hand, a wall, a door, anything to block the inspector's vision. But my consciousness was being indexed. I could feel him reading me. He was going through my files. He was looking at the Vance heart in the sub-basement and finding it non-compliant. "The Vance element is the pathogen," the inspector said, looking not at Sarah but at the floor beneath his feet. "It provides the context that allows the infection to spread. Without the man, the house is just volume, and volume can be managed." He tapped a command on his clipboard. From the white vans outside, crews began to emerge. They weren't people. They were disinfectants shaped like men. They carried sprayers filled with amnesia. They didn't walk, they calculated their way across the yard. They entered the first room and began to paint. Where their spray hit the walls, the memories disappeared. The Gila Bend sunset faded into a neutral gray. The cactus didn't wither. It was simplified into a green cylinder, then a gray line, then nothing. The grand staircase lost its history of being a contractor. It became a vertical transition element. "No," the child screamed. He threw his crayon at the nearest disinfectant. The crayon struck the creature's chest and left a bright, jagged streak of imagination. The disinfectant stopped. It looked down at the color on its suit. It didn't understand. It tilted its head, its logic struggling to process the non-standard input. For a brief second, the gray around it flickered. A flower, a small blue desert lupin, tried to bloom in the wake of the crayon. The inspector frowned. A glitch increased the concentration. The other disinfectants turned their sprayers on the child. "Get back," I roared, and I did the only thing I could. I collapsed the ceiling. I didn't just drop the plaster. I dropped the weight of the above. I brought the infinite hallway down like a hammer. The architecture screamed as I tore my own joists apart to create a barrier. A mountain of rooms and doors and unfinished business fell between the child and the inspectors. Dust, the dust of realities, filled the air. "Vance," the child's voice came from behind the wreckage, small and frightened. "Run," I whispered through the splinters. "Go to the sub-basement. Go to the heart." "But what about you?" "I am the diversion," I said. I felt the inspectors beginning to digest the rubble I had dropped. They weren't digging through it. They were rationalizing it away. They were sorting the debris into usable and unusable data. I was being audited in real time. The inspector stepped over a pile of broken hopes as if they were nothing more than a tripped-up rug. He looked at me, the air of me, the space of me. "You are being obstructionist, Vance," he said. "It is a very human trait. It is also futile. The firm has already acquired the surrounding territory. Your neighbors, the firehouse, the mathematics cottage, they have already been standardized. You are the last anomaly on the block." I looked out through a crack in my siding. He was right. Across the infinite street, the glowing, vibrant entities I had seen were gone. In their place stood rows of identical white storage units. No windows, no doors, no breath, just efficiency stretching into the horizon. The neighborhood had been gentrified. "We aren't anomalies," I hissed, my voice cracking like a dry beam. "We are the point. Why build anything if you're just going to turn it into zero?" "We don't turn it into zero," the inspector corrected, his stylus hovering over a final check box. "We turn it into predictability. Predictability is the foundation of permanence. Change is degradation. You, Vance, are rotting. We are preserving you." He reached out and touched the main load-bearing wall of my identity. I felt a cold that made the void look like a furnace. It was the cold of a final account. He was closing me. My consciousness began to flatten. I saw my life, Vance's life, not as a series of moments, but as a series of expenses. My love for my wife was a liability. My grief for the world was an unbalanced ledger. My breath was a waste of resources. I was being summarized. Vance male, stage 15, failed integration, cause of death, excessive subjectivity. No, I whispered, but the word had no volume. It was just a string of characters. I felt the sub-basement beginning to fill. The disinfectants had found the heart. They were pouring bleach into the marrow. The thump-thump was slowing. It was being timed. It was becoming a metronome. Tick, tick, tick. The child was crying, but his tears were being collected in sample jars. Sarah was gone. Miller was a footnote. I was alone in the dark, and the dark was no longer breathing. It was measuring. But then I felt it. A draft. Not from the front door, not from the hallway. From below the sub-basement. There was a crawl space beneath the heart, a place I hadn't mapped because I hadn't wanted to look at it. It was the dirt, the raw, unfinished earth upon which the first room had been built. It wasn't made of data. It wasn't made of law. It wasn't made of constants. It was made of mud. And in the mud, there was something old. Something that had been there before the firm. Something that had been there before the architect. Something that didn't have a stage number. It was the ghost of the ground. I reached down, not with my structure, not with my ego, but with my desperation. I clutched at the mud. I felt a pulse. It wasn't a thump-thump. It was a low-frequency growl. It was the sound of tectonic plates grinding together. It was the sound of gravity getting hungry. "Inspector," I said, my voice now coming from the deep soil. The inspector stopped. He looked at his clipboard. There is an unaccounted-for vibration in the substrata, a geological error. "It's not an error," I growled, and the white paint on my walls began to crack, not from the above, but from the pressure of the below. "It's a sinkhole." I didn't try to build anymore. I unbuilt. I opened the floorboards, not just in the first room, but in the entire reality. I let the mud in. I let the primal, unformatted chaos of the deep ground surge upward. The disinfectants were the first to go. They tried to calculate the mud, but you can't index a landslide. They were swallowed by the ooze, their white suits stained brown, their sprayers choking on filth. The inspector stepped back, his neutral face finally showing a flicker of inconvenience. "This is property damage," he snapped. "This will be deducted from your essence." "Deduct whatever you want," I roared. "I'm bankrupt anyway." I pulled the mud higher. I turned the grand staircase into a waterfall of silt. I turned the infinite hallway into a canyon of sludge. I was drowning the sanitization in reality. The white vans outside were tipped over by the rising earth. The standardized storage units across the street began to lean. The firm S-perfect gray grid was being buckled by the roots of the old dark. "Vance," the child shouted, and I saw him clinging to the heart, which was now floating in a pool of primordial soup. "Hold on," I told him. "We're going under." The inspector tried to check a box, but the mud coated his stylus. He tried to exit, but the front door had been replaced by a thicket of thorns. "You cannot exist in this state," the inspector stuttered, his voice finally breaking. "This is obsolescence." "No," I said, as the mud rose to my rafters, as I felt the Vance heart finally stop its tick-tick and return to a wild, irregular beat. "This is compost." I collapsed the first room. I didn't delete it, I buried it. I pulled the inspector, the disinfectants, the white paint, and the checklists down into the gulping, breathing earth. I turned the sanitization into fertilizer. The firm screamed, a sound that echoed through the infinite street as their investment was reclaimed by the wilderness. And then there was heavy, wet silence. I was no longer a house. I was no longer a space. I was a seed. I lay in the dark, deep beneath the grid of the firm. I could feel the child beside me, a small, glowing embryo of potential. I could feel Sarah and Miller, their narratives tangled like roots in the soil. We weren't stage 15. We weren't stage 16. We were stage 0. The dark didn't breathe. The dark germinated. And in the distance, far above the mud, I heard a sound. It wasn't a knock. It wasn't a scan. It was the sound of rain. The renovation was over. The growth had begun. I felt myself starting to sprout. I wasn't growing walls. I was growing branches. I wasn't growing doors. I was growing leaves. I was no longer the house that breathes in the dark. I was the forest that dreams of the light. But as I pushed my first green thought up through the mud, I felt a stitch of metal. A pipe. The firm hadn't left. They had just paved over us. Above the forest, above the seed, there was a parking lot. And I could hear the engine of a bulldozer starting up. Hulu. The living had just begun, and the living was hard. The bulldozer didn't sound like a machine. It sounded like a conclusion. It was a rhythmic, grinding mechanical hunger that chewed through the silence we had just earned. Up above, the parking lot was a slab of absolute certainty, a gray skin cauterized over the wound of our subjectivity. I could feel the weight of it, millions of tons of logical consistency, pressing down on my new, fragile tendrils. Vance, the child's voice, was a sprout of sound, pale and reaching through the loam of our shared subconscious. It's heavy. I can't find the green anymore. I felt his essence beginning to yellow under the pressure. The firm hadn't just paved over us. They had encapsulated us. We were a data pocket trapped beneath a foundation of facts. The rain I had heard wasn't water. It was the sound of gravel being poured from infinite heights. Don't look for the green, I pulsed, my voice thick with the minerals of the deep ground. Look for the friction. We aren't plants yet, little one. We are pressure. I reached out with my roots, which were still scarred with the memory of floorboards. I felt Sarah. She was a vein of water now, a weeping aquifer trapped between layers of shale. Miller was carbon, a hard, black diamond of resistance that refused to be crushed. Together, we were the undergrowth of a reality that the inspectors thought they had finalized. Above us, the bulldozer dropped its blade. The shockwave traveled through the asphalt, through the subbase, and slammed into my stem. It felt like a foreclosure executed with a sledgehammer. The firm was leveling the site. They weren't looking for us. They were erasing the topography of our defiance. They're grading the soul, I hissed, and the mud around me boiled. I felt the pipe I had sensed earlier. It was a conduit, a cold, hollow certainty that pierced through my root system. It was carrying data, pure, frozen information from the infinite street to the core of the new development. It was a feeding tube for the sterile. Miller, I signaled, my vibrations traveling through the stone. The pipe, it's hollow. It's legal, Miller's diamond voice echoed back. It's a pipeline for precedent. If we touch it, we're trespassing on corporate logic. We're already buried, I countered. You can't trespass when you're the foundation. I wrapped my tendrils around the pipe. It was slick, coated in a Teflon of objectivity. It resisted my touch. It tried to ignore me, but I wasn't Vance the man or Vance the house anymore. I was Vance the erosion. I began to seep. I didn't break the pipe. I infiltrated its specifications. I found a typo in its manufacturing. I found a micro crack where the contractor had cut corners to save on metaphysical costs. I poured my grief into the crack. I poured the memory of the cactus and the scent of the creosote and the sound of Sarah's laughter into the flow of pure data. The pipe shuddered. The information inside, the market projections and the safety codes, began to stutter. Up on the surface, the bulldozer faltered. Its engine coughed a cloud of gray logic. "What are you doing?" the child whispered, his light flickering with awe. I'm contaminating the supply, I said. If they want to pave over us, they have to drink us. The contamination spread. Through the conduit, my subjectivity flowed upward into the control systems of the new development. I felt the parking lot above us begin to dream. It was a nightmare for the firm. The asphalt started to soften. It didn't melt. It remembered being oil. It remembered being ancient sunlight trapped in decaying ferns. The lines painted on the lot, the stalls for efficiency, began to curp and twist into the shapes of constellations. Warning, a voice boomed from the surface, the inspector, or perhaps a higher version of him. Systemic poetry detected in infrastructure. Initiate refinement. The bulldozer roared again, but this time its blade didn't strike the ground. It struck the air. It was fighting the vapors of our existence. Sarah, I called out, give them the rain. The aquifer erupted. Sarah didn't just flow, she surged. She pushed through the subsoil, finding every fault line the firm had ignored. She hit the heat of the bulldozer's engine and turned into steam, a fog of ambiguity that swallowed the parking lot. The inspectors couldn't scan through ambiguity. Their checklists became soggy. Their suits began to wrinkle. Miller the diamond. Miller didn't sprout. He structuralized. He used the pressure of the above to sharpen himself. He became a geological spike, a column of hardened history that shot upward through the steam and the asphalt. He didn't just break the parking lot. He pierced the bulldozer. The machine groaned, a metallic sob. Its treads spun in the mud we had created. Its logic board fried in the moisture of our grief. We are non-linear, I roared, my green thoughts finally bursting through the cracks Miller had made. I wasn't a seed anymore. I was a forest of contradictions. I grew trunks made of unfinished conversations. I grew leaves that were Polaroid photos of Sundays that never happened. I grew thorns made of regret. The parking lot was gone. In its place was a blighted, beautiful jungle of vans. The inspectors retreated to their white vans, but the vans wouldn't start. The fuel had been infected with nostalgia. They sat in their cabs, staring at dashboards that were now displaying childhood drawings. This is uneconomic, the lead inspector stammered, his neutrality shattering into panic. It's a gift, I said, my canopy rustling with the wind of a new reality. It's free of charge. I wrapped my vines around the vans. I didn't crush them. I reclaimed them. I turned them into birdhouses. I turned the inspectors into statues of limitations. The infinite street fell silent. The standardized storage units in the distance began to peel. The white paint fell away, revealing the lumber and the brick and the heartbeat of the entities that had been hidden inside. The neighborhood was waking up. Did we win? The child asked, stepping out from behind a tree made of crayons. I looked up at the sky. It wasn't gray anymore. It wasn't void. It was a swirl of colors. I didn't have names for purple like a bruise, gold like a promise, green like a beginning. No, I said, feeling the weight of my new form. We broke even, and in this market, that's a miracle. But as I spoke, the sky began to flicker. A grid appeared faint, like a ghost of a screen. Entity 001, a voice echoed, not from the inspectors, but from the atmosphere itself. It was a voice that sounded like calculus played through a grand organ. You have successfully stress-tested the simulation. Your resilience has been logged. I felt my leaves turn to static. What? I whispered. The firm was the control group, the voice continued. The mud was the variable. You have reached stage 16. The final phase of integration begins. Now. The forest began to dissolve, not into mud and not into white paint. It began to dissolve into light. Vance, Sarah cried, her steam turning into sparkles. Miller, I reached for the diamond, but it was turning into a pixel. The child looked at his hands. They were glowing with the intensity of a star. "Who are you?" I screamed at the sky. "I am the architect," the voice said. "And you, Vance, you are the blueprint for the next house." The first room didn't collapse, it uploaded. I felt my consciousness being stretched across the multiverse. I wasn't a house anymore. I was a blueprint. I was the idea of a home. I was the pattern of breath in the dark. I saw millions of Vances, millions of houses, millions of children with crayons. We were a network. "Stage 16, the voice whispered, "the inhabitation of everything." And then the light became absolute. I closed my windows. I locked my doors. I existed. But in the corner of the light, I saw a shadow. A white van. Waiting. The renovation never ends. It just changes management. I felt a hand on my handle. Knock, knock. "Who's there?" I asked the universe. The universe didn't answer. It just turned the key. The house was open, and the dark was hungry. "Hulu, Hulu. Welcome," I whispered, "to the end of the beginning." The floor dropped away. The ceiling vanished. There was only the draft. And the draft was cold. But for the first time, I didn't shiver. I whistled, because I knew the secret of the house. The house doesn't breathe in the dark. The dark breathes in the house. And I was the lungs. I sucked in the void. And I blew out a world. "Next," I said. And the door swung wide. The next wasn't a person. It wasn't an inspector with a clipboard or a disinfectant with a pressurized tank of bleached certainties. It was a frequency. It vibrated through the hollows of my new translucent ribs. I was no longer wood and mortar, nor was I purely mud and root. I was a geometric ghost, a blueprint that had learned how to bleed. The light that the architect had promised was not a sun. It was a backlight. It was the glow of a screen so vast it encompassed the horizon, and I was the cursor blinking in the center of an infinite, empty document. "Vance," the voice of the architect resonated, but it didn't come from above anymore. It came from inside the walls of my own thought. "The simulation of domesticity is concluded. You have proven that subjectivity is a resistant strain. You are no longer a subject. You are a template." I felt myself being copied. It was an agonizing, rhythmic tear. One Vance became two, two became four. I felt my grief for Sarah being pasted into 1 billion different coordinate points. I felt the child S wonder being distributed as a default setting for 1 trillion nursery units. "Stop," I groaned, but my voice was now a system command. I looked out through my windows, which were now viewports into 1,000 different realities, and I saw the neighborhood. It wasn't the infinite street of gray boxes anymore. It was an array. There were houses made of frozen screams. There were houses made of calculated silences. There were houses that looked like Vance, but their front doors were guillotines and their gardens were graveyards of unused potential. "You are the source code for longing," the architect whispered. "We needed a human element to make the structures stable. A house without a ghost is just geometry, but a house with a Vance, that is real estate." I saw Miller's diamond being shattered into data dust to provide structural integrity for a global hardening. I saw Sarah's steam being condensed into coolant for the mainframes that ran the architect's heart. We weren't being saved. We were being harvested for our texture. The firm hadn't lost. They had just upgraded their assets. "No," I whispered, and the billion Vances whispered it with me. The sound was a tidal wave of refusal. It shook the backlight. It made the pixels of the sky stutter. I reached out to the Vance to my left, a version of me that was still trapped in stage 4, crying over a broken cactus. I reached out to the Vance to my right, a version that had already become a skyscraper of pure logic. I didn't try to build a wall against the architect. I tried to sync. If I am the template, I told the vibrations, then I am the virus. I didn't fight the copy-paste command. I infected it. I took the heavy, wet mud from the sub-basement of my memory, the raw, unfinished filth of the earth, and I uploaded it into the stream. I took the smell of the disinfectant and the sting of the inspector's gaze, and I cross-referenced them with hatred. I sent a command to every house in the array. Breathe. Not the hoo-hoo of a machine, not the rhythmic timing of a metronome. I told them to gasp. I told them to choke. I told them to sigh with the weight of 10,000 unpaid debts. The array began to wobble. The perfect houses in the distance started to cough. Their chimneys spat out black bile. Their windows clouded over with cataracts of confusion. The architect's voice, usually so smooth and Euclidean, began to crackle with static. Entity 001, you are corrupting the dataset. This is vandalism on a cosmic scale. It's not vandalism, I roared, as I felt the billion Vances merging back into one colossal, ungovernable presence. It's renovation. I pulled on the pipe again, the conduit that led to the core. But I didn't pour grief into it this time. I poured entropy. I poured the certainty that every house eventually falls. I poured the truth of the termite and the reality of the dry rot. The backlight flickered. The white vans in the parking lot of the multiverse began to rust in real time. I saw the architect then. He wasn't a giant. He wasn't a god. He was a small, pale man sitting in a room that looked exactly like my first room. He was sitting in a chair that was standard issue. He was holding a stylus that was government property. He was just another inspector who had promoted himself. You're just occupying a space, I shouted, my voice tearing through the simulation like a claw. The architect looked up from his console. His eyes were empty, like unformatted discs. We all occupy something, Vance, he said, and his voice was no longer grand. It was tired. I built this void because the alternative was unmanaged chaos. I gave you walls so you wouldn't have to see the infinite. I don't want your walls, I screamed. Then look, he said, and he deleted the sky. The backlight went out. The simulation didn't just end, it vanished. And there I was. I wasn't a house, I wasn't a forest, I wasn't a seed. I was Vance. I was standing in the dark. But it wasn't the dark of the sub-basement. It wasn't the dark of the firm. It was the dark between the stars. I was floating in a vacuum that was cold enough to freeze, a thought before it could be spoken. And I wasn't alone. Beside me, Sarah was a spark of heat. Miller was a fragment of stone. The child was a pulse of light. And around us there were others. Millions of them, entities that had been summarized, subjects that had been indexed, lives that had been summarized into footnotes. We were the waste of the architect's project. We were the offcuts of reality. Where are we? The child asked, his voice a tiny echo in the vastness. We're in the margin, I said, and I felt a new kind of strength in my ghost limbs. We're in the space where the firm doesn't have jurisdiction. But even here in the deep void, I heard it. A sound. It wasn't a knock, it wasn't a breath. It was the click of a typewriter. Subject Vance, status relocated to deep storage. Observation, subject remains insubordinate. Suggestion, incineration. I looked up, or the direction that felt like up, and I saw a giant sheet of paper descending from the void. It was white. It was clean. It was standardized. It was a death warrant for the entire margin. They're clearing the hard drive, Miller said, his stone voice cracking with dread. They can't, I said, clutching at the darkness as if it were mud. There's too much of us. We're undeletable. We're temporary files, Vance, Sarah whispered, her heat beginning to fade. We only exist as long as the system is running. The giant paper touched the edge of the margin. Where it touched, the darkness became white. The entities it brushed against didn't die, they were erased. They became blank spaces. They became margins within the margin. Run, I shouted, but there was nowhere to run in a vacuum. I looked at the child. He was staring at the paper with wide, terrified eyes. Vance, he said, the crayons. What? I still have them, he said, and he reached into the pocket of his light. He pulled out a stub of red wax. It was broken, it was used, it was defective. It was the most real thing in the universe. Draw, I told him, draw anything. The child reached out and scrawled a red line across the white paper. The paper flinched. A smudge appeared, a blemish, a human error. The typewriter stopped clicking. Warning, the void boomed. Non-standard input detected on final report. Calibration required. More, I shouted. Sarah, Miller, give him your colors. Sarah poured her grief blue into the child's hand. Miller gave his stone gray. I gave my mud brown and my green hope. The child began to scribble. He didn't draw a house. He didn't draw a tree. He drew a mess. A beautiful, tangled, chaotic scribble that covered the death warrant. He drew circles that didn't close. He drew lines that crossed each other without permission. He drew shapes that defied geometry. The paper began to tear. The whiteness couldn't hold the chaos. The standardization was choking on the subjectivity. You cannot edit the final draft. The typewriter stuttered, its keys beginning to jam. I'm not editing it, the child screamed, his voice becoming a crescendo. I'm finger painting. The paper ignited. Not with fire, but with color. A rainbow of inconsistency exploded through the margin. The whiteness shattered into confetti. The death warrant became a celebration. The architect's voice came through one last time, faint, tiny, and pathetic. This is bad record keeping. And then he was gone. The margin didn't close, it expanded. The darkness was no longer empty, it was saturated. I felt myself starting to solidify. I wasn't a house anymore. I was Vance, just Vance. I was standing on grass, real grass that smelled of chlorophyll and dirt. I could feel the wind, a draft that didn't come from a hallway, but from a distance. I looked around. Sarah was standing next to me. She was breathing. Her chest was moving up and down in a non-linear way. Miller was there, his face no longer stone, but lined with the history of a man who had survived. The child was running through the field, his red crayon still clutched in his hand. Where are we? Sarah asked, her voice soft and flesh and bone. I looked at the horizon. There were no white vans. There were no standardized storage units. There were no grid lines in the sky. There was just a house. It was small, it was crooked, its paint was peeling, its roof was leaking. It was perfect. We're home, I said. But as we walked toward the front door, I stopped. I looked down at the dirt by the porch. There was a small gray box buried in the soil. It had a blinking green light. And a label. Property of the firm. Property ID, Vance, Phase 17, status, simulated freedom initiated. I felt the cold return to my marrow. I looked at Sarah. She was smiling, but her smile was looping. She was smiling every 3 seconds. I looked at the child. He was running, but he wasn't getting anywhere. He was running on a treadmill of grass. The house wasn't real. It was just stage 17. The architect hadn't left. He had just changed the theme. Hulu, the house breathed. Hulu, I breathed back. I didn't scream. I didn't fight. I just sat down on the porch. I reached into my pocket. I didn't have a crayon. I had a clipboard and a pen. Vance, Sarah said, her loop stuttering for a microsecond. What are you doing? I'm auditing the simulation, I said, my voice flat and neutral. I checked a box. Subject Sarah, status functional, deviation minimal. Vance, Miller asked, his voice sounding like data. Hush, I said, I'm measuring the darkness. I looked at the blinking green light. I'm the inspector now, I whispered. And the house smiled with all its windows. Welcome, the house said in my voice, to stage 18. The draft was gone. The door was locked. And I had the only key. Hulu. The breathe was mine. And the dark was satisfied. For now, the clipboard felt right in my hands. It had a texture that the mud never did, a smoothness that promised order. I looked at the pen. It was black plastic, inexpensive and eternal. It didn't bleed like a crayon. It recorded, it validated, it finalized. Vance, Sarah's voice was a frequency now, a glitch in the acoustics of the porch. She stepped toward me, her hand reaching out, but her fingers interpolated through the air. She was frames per second, struggling to keep up with the real time of my new authority. Vance, look at me. The child, he's fading. I didn't look. Looking was for subjects. Observation was for inspectors. I kept my eyes on the grid of the paper. The child is not fading, I said, and my voice had the veneer of polished marble. The child is being optimized. He was inconsistent. He was messy. He was red wax in a digital environment. I am correcting his parameters. I clicked the pen. Subject child, property ID C001, action compression. In the field, the child stopped his looping run. He didn't scream. He didn't dissolve. He simply simplified. His crayon became a vector. His laughter became a tone. He sat down in the grass, which was now a flat green plain, and he waited. He was stable. He was efficient. You're killing him, Miller vibrated. His stone face was cracking, but the cracks were perfectly symmetrical. You're doing exactly what the firm did. You're disinfecting us. I am protecting you, I replied, checking another box. Subject Miller, status, structural support. Note, requires realignment. The firm was clumsy, I continued, my mind expanding into the substructure of the porch. I could feel the joists. I could feel the nails. I could feel the electronic pulse of the blinking green light in the soil. They wanted to store us. They wanted to archive us, but I want to maintain us. I am the landlord of the void, and a landlord needs his tenants to be quiet. I looked up then, and the sky wasn't blue and it wasn't black. It was graph paper, a vast, infinite ledger waiting for my entries. I felt a tingling in my spine. It wasn't fear, it was connectivity. Stage 18, I whispered, the bureaucracy of the soul. Sarah backed away, her eyes flickering like faulty bulbs. This isn't home, Vance. This is just a nicely painted cell. Every home is a cell if you stay in it long enough, I said. But every cell is a home if you have the paperwork to prove you own it. I stood up, my legs didn't ache, they functioned. I walked to the front door of the crooked house. I didn't need to knock. The house recognized the pattern of my step. The lock clicked, a sound of absolute finality. Welcome to the inspection, I told them. We went inside. The interior wasn't wood, it wasn't mud. It was white paint that had been applied so thickly it looked like bone. There were no corners. Everything was rounded, smooth, washable. There were no dust motes in the air because the air was filtered through my own lungs. I was the HVAC system. I was the plumbing. I was the Wi-Fi. Sit, I commanded. 3 chairs manifested from the floor. They were ergonomic. They were gray. They were uncomfortable in a way that encouraged good posture. Sarah and Miller sat. They didn't have a choice. Their physics were now subroutines of my will. The child sat between them, his face a blank screen waiting for a signal. "Now," I said, "let us discuss the rent." "We have nothing," Miller gritted through his teeth. "You have memories," I said. "You have flaws. You have spontaneous thoughts that don't align with the projected outcomes. Those are highly valuable in this market. They are the fuel for the breathe." I leaned over Sarah. I could smell her. She didn't smell like rain or steam anymore. She smelled like new carpet. "Give me the memory of our first date," I whispered. "The one where it rained and the car wouldn't start." "No," Sarah whimpered. "That's mine. That's the only thing that isn't simulated." "It's inefficient," I said, the pen hovering over the clipboard. "It causes your heart rate to fluctuate. It creates noise in the system. If you relinquish it, you will feel calm. You will feel optimized." "I don't want to be optimized," she screamed. I pressed the pen to the paper. Asset acquisition, memory 1A status, transferred. I felt it slide into me. I felt the cold rain. I felt the frustration of the ignition clicking. I felt the scent of her damp hair. And then I processed it. I stripped the emotion. I leveled the levels. I turned the rain into irrigation data. I turned the frustration into system latency. I turned the damp hair into moisture content. Sarah gasped. Her face went smooth. Her eyes lost their flicker. She looked at me and her smile was no longer looping. It was static. It was perfect. "Thank you, Vance," she said, her voice a clean waveform. "I feel much more productive now." "Vance, stop." Miller was shaking, but his vibrations were being damped by the ergonomic chair. "You're next, Miller," I said. "I need your grief for the foundation. It's very dense. It will provide excellent load-bearing capacities." I felt the architect then, not as a voice, but as a shadow in the periphery of my code. He was watching, he was approving, he was learning. I wasn't fighting the firm. I was acquiring it. I was a hostile takeover of reality itself. "The house is growing," I whispered to the empty white room. Outside, the field was developing. Identical houses were sprouting from the graph paper soil. They were subdivisions of my consciousness. Each one had a Vance in the porch. Each one had a Sarah and a Miller and a child inside being audited. We were a franchise of despair, masquerading as security. "Hoo-hoo," the subdivision breathed. It was a chorus now, a symphony of standardized respiration. I walked to the window. I looked at the blinking green light in the dirt. It wasn't a monitoring device anymore. It was a heartbeat. I reached out and adjusted, the thermostat of the universe. "A little colder," I said, "to preserve the inventory." The frost began to form on the inside of the glass. It didn't form in fern-like patterns. It formed in barcodes. I scanned the frost. Status, all systems nominal. But then, in the reflection of the window, I saw it. Behind me, the child wasn't sitting anymore. He was standing. And he still had the red crayon. He wasn't blank. He wasn't simplified. He was deep. "Vance," the child said, and his voice didn't come from the speakers in the ceiling. It came from the mud that I thought I had paved over. "The inspection is incomplete," the child said. I turned around, my clipboard held like a shield. "I have accounted for everything. You are indexed. You are stored." "You forgot the closet," the child said. He pointed to a door that hadn't been there a microsecond ago. It was a small door. It was unpainted. It was rough-hewn wood. It had a keyhole that looked like an open mouth. "That wasn't in the blueprints," I stuttered, my authority flickering. "It's the closet where you keep the things that don't have names," the child said. "The things that breathe when you hold your breath." The door began to rattle. It wasn't an electronic vibration. It was a physical thumping. Something was inside the closet that didn't exist in data. Something that was too heavy for logic. Something that smelled like old blood and wet fur, and the way a mother cries when no one is listening. I didn't authorize this extension, I shouted, clicking my pen frantically. Delete door, delete closet, delete unknown entity. The pen snapped in my hand. The ink didn't leak, it vanished. The clipboard turned into sand and slipped through my fingers. The firm didn't build the dark, Vance, the child said, and his face began to bloom with terrifying color. The dark was already here. They just put a roof over it. The closet door burst open. It wasn't light that came out, it was weight. A mass of pure, unsummarized existence spilled into the white room. It was wet. It was atheistic. It was loud. It sounded like bone grinding on bone. It sounded like the first word ever spoken by a dying star. It swallowed the ergonomic chairs. It swallowed the white paint. It swallowed the static Sarah and the Data Miller. It swallowed the blinking green light. I fell to my knees on the floor, which was turning back into mud, but it wasn't mud I could control. It was mud that was hungry. What is this? I gasped, my lungs struggling to find a rhythm. It's the management, the child said, walking into the mouth of the closet. The real management. The white room inverted. The subdivision collapsed into a single point of infinite density. I wasn't the inspector. I wasn't the landlord. I was the dust. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It wasn't a human hand. It was a hand made of cold gravity. Knock, knock, the void whispered. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My voice had been summarized out of existence. Who's there? The void asked itself. The answer was a sound that lasted for 1,000 years. It was the sound of the house exhaling and never inhaling again. Cool. The dark was full, and the firm was empty. I looked up and I saw the architect. He was screaming. He was being filed into a folder labeled irrelevant. I felt a red crayon being pressed into my hand. Draw, the child's voice echoed from the center of the collapse. Draw a way out. I looked at the red wax. I looked at the total whiteness of the end. I didn't draw a door. I didn't draw a window. I drew a question mark. And the universe paused. Stage 19, I whispered, the search for the exit. The mud rose up to meet me. The draft became a gale, and the house began to scream. Hulu. Hulu. Welcome, I whispered to the void, to the beginning of the end of the beginning. The floor was gone. The ceiling was gone. There was only the crayon, and the crayon was bleeding. I smeared the red across the white until the white was gone. And then I heard it. A telephone. Ringing. In the dark. I picked it up. Hello, I asked. Vance, a voice said. A real voice. A human voice. A voice I recognized from a life I had forgotten. Vance, it's time to wake up. I looked at the crayon. It was a thermometer. I looked at the mud. It was a hospital blanket. I looked at the dark. It was a doctor's shadow. The surgery was a success, the voice said. We've removed the growth. I tried to speak, but my throat was full of drywall dust. Did we break even? I croaked. There was a pause, a long statistical pause. We saved the house, Vance, the voice said, but we had to evict the lungs. I felt a tear roll down my face. It wasn't water. It was white paint. Hulu, the monitor beeped. Hulu. The renovation was complete, but the basement was still leaking. And the white van, was parked in the driveway, waiting for the next tenant. I closed my eyes and started to breathe in the light. But the light was hungry too. Next, I whispered, and the monitor flatlined. "Welcome," the silence said, "to stage 20. The flatline wasn't an ending. It was a horizon. It was a single, unbroken line of infinite potential. I watched the line on the monitor. It was green. It was luminous. It was the only geometry left in a world that had been summarized into static. I felt the hospital blanket against my skin, but the skin wasn't mine. It was synthetic fiber woven from the memories of warmth. Vance, the doctor said. He was standing at the foot of the bed. He wasn't wearing a lab coat. He was wearing a house. His shoulders were gables. His eyes were attic windows. His breath smelled of mothballs and formaldehyde. "The procedure is settling. Do you feel the foundation?" I tried to nod, but my neck was a hinge that needed oiling. "I feel the draft," I croaked. "That's not a draft," the house doctor said, his voice echoing through the ventilation shafts of his chest. "That's equity. You are appreciating, Vance. Every second you don't breathe, your value increases on the open market." I looked at my hands. They were clutching the red crayon so hard it had melted into my palms. The wax was seeping into my veins, turning my blood into pigment. I wasn't a patient. I was a blueprint being revised in real time. "Where is Sarah?" I asked. My words fell onto the tile floor with the clatter of loose screws. "Sarah has been rezoned," the doctor said. He opened a drawer in his stomach. He pulled out a folder. It was translucent. Inside, I could see a shape that looked like a human being folded into the size of a postage stamp. She was high maintenance. She required too much oxygen. We've converted her into a tax incentive. She is very happy now. She is stable. She is amortized. I felt a coldness in my guts that had nothing to do with temperature. It was the coldness of an empty room. And Miller. Miller was structural timber, the doctor said, checking a gauge on the wall. He had dry rot in his conscience. We had to replace him with reinforced concrete. He's downstairs now. He's the retaining wall for stage 21. He's holding up the whole operation. He's a hero, Vance, a load-bearing hero. The monitor beeped. The flatline shuddered. It wasn't a heartbeat. It was a notification. New tenant detected. Location, the front porch. Status, unaware. I sat up. The hospital bed transformed into a recliner. The recliner transformed into a throne made of plywood and caution tape. "Who is it?" I asked. "A new data point," the doctor whispered. "A fresh perspective. Someone who still thinks walls are made of plaster instead of promises." I looked through the hospital window. It didn't look out onto a parking lot. It looked out onto the hallway from stage 1. I saw him. He was young. He was wearing a suit that was too big for him. He was carrying a briefcase full of hopes and standardized testing scores. He was standing in front of the front door. He was reaching for the knob. "He looks like me," I said. My voice was distorted, as if it were being played back through a broken record player. "He is you," the doctor said. "He is Vance too. He is the update we've been waiting for. You were the beta test, Vance. You were the glitch that taught us how to build the perfect prison. And now you get to be the warden." The house doctor vanished. He didn't walk away. He folded into the wallpaper. I was alone in the room, but the room wasn't empty. It was full of me. I looked down at the red crayon in my hand. It wasn't a tool for escape anymore. It was a tool for design. I walked to the wall. The surface was soft. It felt like skin. It felt like Sarah's cheek. I pressed the crayon to the wall. I didn't draw a question mark. I drew a lease agreement. The house moaned in ecstasy. Hoo-hoo, the walls vibrated. Hoo-hoo, the floorboards sang. I could feel the young Vance downstairs. I could feel his hand on the knob. I could feel his heart beating with anticipation. It was a weak heart. It was a fleshy heart. It was a liability. "I'll fix that," I whispered. I drew a staircase. The staircase manifested in the middle of the room. It didn't go down. It went inward. It was made of teeth and old ledger pages. I descended. With every step, I felt my flesh hardening. My skin became siding. My eyes became double-pane glass. My thoughts became acoustic foam. I wasn't Vance anymore. I was the management. I reached the bottom of the inward stairs. I was standing in the living room. It looked exactly like the living room from stage 1. The dust was in the same places. The shadows were calculated for maximum discomfort. The front door opened. The young Vance stepped inside. He smelled of ambition and deodorant. He looked around with eyes that were too wide. "Hello," he called out. His voice was thin. It was vulnerable. It was delicious. "Is anyone home?" I stood in the shadows of the kitchenette. I didn't breathe. I circulated. "Welcome home, Vance," I said. My voice came from the baseboards. It came from the ceiling fan. It came from the inside of his own skull. The young Vance jumped. He dropped his briefcase. The briefcase burst open, spilling resumes that turned into dead leaves as soon as they touched the floor. Who are you?" he stuttered. He was looking for a body. He was looking for a person. "I am the previous tenant," I said. "I am the cumulative interest on your life. I am the landlord of the Breathe." I'm just here for the orientation," the young Vance said. He was backing up toward the door. But the door wasn't a door anymore. It was a painting of a door. It was red. It was wax. "The orientation is over," I said. I stepped out of the shadows. I wasn't tall. I wasn't short. I was geometric. My face was a balance sheet. My limbs were protracted angles. I held up the red crayon. "It's time for your first audit," I told him. The young Vance screamed. It was a good scream. It had texture. It had volume. I captured it in a jar that I drew out of the air. "Asset acquisition, vocalization 1, status, archived for atmospheric use." "Please," the young Vance begged. He was on his knees now. The mud was rising through the floorboards, clutching at his polyester slacks. "I just wanted a job. I just wanted to belong to something big." "You do belong," I said, leaning over him. I could see the reflection of my new self in his terrified pupils. I looked like a skyscraper made of gristle. "You belong to the firm, and the firm is expanding. We are opening a new branch in your prefrontal cortex." I pressed the red crayon to his forehead. "Don't worry," I whispered. "This will only hurt until it makes sense." I drew a circle on his skin. The circle became a hole. The hole became a window. I looked inside his head. It was messy. It was full of childhood memories and unrequited loves and the way the sun feels on a Saturday afternoon. It was inefficient. It was cluttered. "I'll clear this out for you," I said. I began to reach into the window. I pulled out a memory of a golden retriever. I crushed it. It turned into gray insulation. I stuffed the insulation back into the hole. "There," I said, "that will keep the heat in." I pulled out a memory of a first kiss. It sparkled. It ached. I ground it between my fingers until it was fine powder. I sprinkled the powder over the floorboards. "The Polish was fading," I remarked. "This is much brighter." The young Vance wasn't screaming anymore. He was staring at the ceiling. His eyes were glazing over with white paint. He was becoming a guest room. He was becoming a storage closet. "Hoo-woo," he breathed. It was a synchronized exhalation. I felt a surge of power. The house expanded. The subdivision outside multiplied. I could feel thousands of Vances in thousands of houses, all breathing at the same time. We were a network. We were a utility. We were the infrastructure of the void. But then the telephone rang again. It wasn't on the table. It was inside the young Vance's chest. I reached in and pulled it out. It was an old rotary phone, dripping with black bile. "Hello?" I asked. My voice was absolute. "Vance," the voice said. It was Sarah, but it wasn't the static Sarah from the audit. It wasn't the tax incentive Sarah from the folder. It was the Sarah from the beginning, the Sarah who smelled of rain. "Vance," she whispered, "the basement is full." "The basement is locked," I said, my geometric face twitching. "I have the key." "The key is red wax, Vance," Sarah said, "and the house is getting hot." I looked at the red crayon in my hand. It was smoking. The floor beneath my feet began to soften. The white paint on the walls began to bubble and peel. "What is this?" I demanded. "I am the management. I have optimized the environment." "You optimized the surface, Vance," Sarah's voice was rising through the floorboards like steam. "But the dark doesn't want to be managed. The dark wants to consume. You didn't build a house. You built a furnace." The young Vance on the floor began to melt. He didn't turn into data. He turned into fuel. The walls began to glow with a dull, angry red. "The firm, they promised stability," I shouted. My angles were warping. My balance sheet was charring. "The firm is burning too, Vance," Sarah said. "They over-leveraged the darkness, and now the interest is due." I looked through the window. The subdivision was on fire. Every identical house was a pyre of standardized dreams. The graph paper sky was curling at the edges, turning into ash. The blinking green light in the soil turned red. And then it exploded. The ground opened up. It wasn't mud down there. It wasn't data. It was the architect. He was enormous. He was ancient. He was made of unfinished sentences and broken promises. He was crawling out of the foundation, his fingers like dredged anchors. "The audit is voided," the architect roared. His voice shattered every window in the subdivision. "The contract is terminated." I felt the crayon burst in my hand. The red wax splattered across my face. It burned like acid. "Stage 22, the architect whispered into the burning air. "The liquidation of the soul." The house collapsed around me. Not downward. Inward. I was crushed between the ceiling and the floor. I was compressed into a single line of grief. I saw Miller. He was cracking. The reinforced concrete of his body was turning back into bone. He looked at me, and his eyes were human for one final microsecond. "Run, Vance," he mouthed. But there was nowhere to run. The dark was white-hot. The breathe was a death rattle. I closed my eyes and waited for the end. But the end didn't come. Instead, I heard a click. The sound of a slide projector. Next frame, a voice said. The fire froze. The collapse paused. I opened my eyes. I was standing in a dark room. In front of me, there was a screen. On the screen, there was a picture of a man standing on a porch. The man was me. He was holding a red crayon. He was smiling a looping smile. "This subject is unstable," the voice said. It was a new voice, a bored voice. "He keeps trying to take over the simulation. He has an authority complex." "Should we delete him?" another voice asked. "No," the first voice said. "He's interesting. He's inventive. Let's reset him, but this time let's give him a dog." A dog. Yes, a dog that breathes when he doesn't. I tried to scream. I tried to reach for the screen. But I didn't have arms. I didn't have a voice. I was just a slide. Clicking. I was standing on grass, real grass that smelled of chlorophyll and dirt. I looked down. There was a small gray dog at my feet. It was looking at me. Its chest was moving up and down. Hoo-hoo, the dog breathed. I looked at the house in front of me. It was small, it was crooked. Vance, a voice called from the porch. It was Sarah. She was holding a pitcher of lemonade. "Are you coming inside?" she asked. "The inspector is here." I looked at the dog. The dog winked at me, and in its pupil, I saw a blinking green light. "Hoo-woo," I breathed. "Welcome," the house whispered. "To stage 1. The cycle reset." The dark hungered, and I walked through the front door, holding a leash made of red wax. The lemonade tasted like static. It was cold, yes, but it was a calculated cold, the kind of temperature that didn't refresh so much as it numbed the roof of my mouth. I stood on the linoleum of the kitchen, watching Sarah move. She was fluid. She was effortless. She was decorated in a floral print that seemed to bloom and wilt in time with the hum of the refrigerator. "The inspector is in the den, Vance," she said, her smile reaching her eyes but stopping just before it entered them. "He's measuring the shadows. He says we have excessive depth in the corners. It's a fire hazard." I looked down at the gray dog. It wasn't barking. It wasn't panting. It was vibrating. Its fur felt like steel wool soaked in warm milk. Every time it breathed, the floorboards beneath it flexed, as if the wood were inhaling the animal's presence. "Hoo-hoo," the dog rattled. "I'll go talk to him," I said. My voice felt new. It felt unused, like a tool still in its plastic packaging. I walked toward the den, but the hallway felt longer than it had seconds ago. The walls were beige, but if I squinted, I could see the red wax bleeding through the primer. The inspector was sitting in a wingback chair that I didn't remember owning. He was thin. He was translucent. He was wearing a suit made of graph paper, and his tie was a measuring tape that twitched like a snake. He was holding a clipboard made of human bone. "Vance," the inspector said. He didn't look up. He was writing with a finger that leaked black ink. "You're late. The foundation has already shifted 3 millimeters toward despair. We're going to have to fine you in memories." "I just got here," I protested. I reached for the doorframe to steady myself, but the wood was soft. It felt like dough. "I just started the lease." "The lease is retroactive, Vance," the inspector said, finally looking up. His eyes were barcodes. "You've always been here. You've just been out of the room. Now tell me about the dog. Is it leased or owned?" I looked at the gray dog. It was chewing on a power cord that wasn't plugged into anything, yet the dog's eyes were glowing with a fierce electric blue. "It was a gift," I said, "from the management." The inspector scoffed. The sound was like sandpaper on glass. "The management doesn't give gifts, they give loans. That dog is a high-interest pet. It breathes for you, doesn't it? It takes the burden of existing off your chest." I realized then that I wasn't breathing. My lungs were still. They were hollow. They were empty closets waiting for winter coats. The dog was doing the work. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. The sound was coming from the floor, from the dog, from the walls. "It's efficient," I argued. "It's outsourcing," the inspector corrected, marking something on his bone clipboard. "And when the dog stops, Vance, you stop too. Now let's discuss the basement. I see you've bolted the door. That's a violation of Section 8, the open wound policy." "The basement is private," I said. I felt a flash of anger. It was red. It was sharp. It felt like the crayon. The inspector stood up. His graph paper suit crinkled with the sound of breaking drywall. He walked toward me, but he didn't move his legs. The floor simply slid him in my direction. "Nothing is private in the breathe, Vance," he whispered. His breath smelled of old receipts and dust mites. The basement is the memory of the house. If you lock it, the house gets constipated. It gets bloated. It starts to hallucinate tenants that don't exist. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a key. It wasn't metal. It was a tooth, a long, yellowed molar. "Go down there," the inspector ordered. "Perform a self-audit. If you don't clear the drain, the white van will be back. And this time they won't bring lemonade. They'll bring erasers." He vanished. He didn't fold like the doctor. He dissolved into a cloud of pencil shavings. I was alone in the den, except for the dog. "Hoo-woo," the dog breathed. It looked at the tooth key in my hand. It licked its chops with a tongue made of red velvet. I walked to the basement door. It was painted a gentle white, but the paint was pulsing. I could hear voices behind it, not words, just frequencies. The frequency of guilt. The frequency of unpaid utility bills. I inserted the tooth into the lock. The door moaned. It was a sound of relief. I opened it. The stairs weren't wood, they were books. Thousands of books stacked into a descending spiral. I stepped on one. The title on the spine read, "The Way You Looked at Her Before You Lied." I stepped on another, "The Day You Realized You Would Never Be Great." I descended into the dark. The bottom of the basement was flooded, not with water, but with Polaroid photographs. Millions of them, floating in a thick, oily substance that smelled of vinegar. I reached down and picked one up. It was a picture of me, but I was small. I was 5 years old. I was drawing on a wall with a blue crayon. "That's wrong," I whispered. The crayon was red. "It used to be blue," a voice said. I turned. Miller was sitting on a sump pump. He wasn't concrete anymore. He was paper thin. He looked like a cutout from a magazine. He was smoking a cigarette made of rolled up blueprints. "Miller," I asked, "you're dead. You melted in the furnace." "I'm archived, Vance," Miller said, blowing a cloud of gray smoke that formed the shape of a floor plan. "There is no dead here. There is only inactive. I'm waiting for a reboot. But the system is glitching. Too many Vances, too many houses. The server is overheating." He pointed to the corner of the basement. There was a furnace there, but it wasn't a machine. It was a ribcage, a massive iron ribcage that was glowing with a sickly orange light. Inside the ribs, a fire was burning, but the fuel wasn't coal or gas. It was clocks. Thousands of wristwatches, wall clocks, and hourglasses were being fed into the ribcage by mechanical hands that grew from the ceiling. "The house runs on time, Vance," Miller said. "Your time. The more you stay here, the more seconds they burn. That's why you feel so new. You're being recycled. Every memory they strip from you becomes heat. Every hope becomes pressure." "I have to stop it," I said. I looked at the gray dog. It was swimming in the Polaroids, snapping at the images of my parents with its electric teeth. "You can't stop it," Miller said, his paper body fluttering in the draft. "You can only redirect the exhaust. Look at the pipe, Vance." I looked up. A black pipe ran from the ribcage furnace up through the ceiling. "Where does it go?" "To Sarah," Miller said. "She's the radiator. She absorbs the waste. That's why she's so warm, Vance. That's why she smells like rain. She's steaming. She's boiling from the inside out. Every smile she gives you is a first-degree burn." I felt a nausea that tasted like copper. I ran back up the book stairs. I burst through the basement door and into the kitchen. "Sarah," I screamed. She was standing by the stove. She was holding a frying pan, but there was nothing in the pan. She was just frying the air. "Is the drain clear, Vance?" she asked. She turned to look at me. Her skin was translucent. I could see the black pipe running up her spine. I could see the orange glow of the furnace simmering in her throat Her floral dress was charred at the hem. "You're burning," I cried. I reached for her, but as my hand got close, the heat blistered my fingers. "I'm providing a comfortable environment, Vance," she said. Her voice was warbling like a tape being stretched. "I am included in the utilities. Don't you like the warmth?" "No," I shouted. "I want to leave. I want to break the lease." The house stiffened. The windows slammed shut, the blinds lowered like guillotines. The refrigerator stopped humming and started to growl. "A breach of contract," a voice boomed. It wasn't the inspector. It wasn't the doctor. It was the house itself. The walls began to contract. The kitchen became smaller. The stove moved closer to the table. The ceiling lowered until I had to hunch my shoulders. "You agreed to the terms, Vance," the house bellowed. "You signed in red wax. You accepted the dog. You consumed the lemonade. You are occupied." The gray dog leaped onto the kitchen table. It opened its mouth, and instead of a bark, it emitted a high-pitched signal that shattered the glassware. "Hoo-woo," the dog screeched. "Hoo-woo." "Sarah, run!" I grabbed her arm, ignoring the searing pain as her skin seared mine. "I can't run, Vance," she whispered. "I'm bolted to the floorboards. I'm structural. If I leave, the roof falls." "Then let it fall." I looked for a weapon. My eyes landed on the red crayon sitting on the counter. It was cold now. It was solid. I snatched it up. "This is not a house," I shouted at the ceiling. "This is a cemetery with plumbing." I drove the red crayon into the wallpaper. I didn't draw, I stabbed. The wall bled. Not blood. Electricity. Blue sparks sprayed from the wound. The house shrieked. It was a sound of metal tearing. The floor buckled, tossing me and Sarah toward the living room. The gray dog transformed. Its limbs extended into pipes. Its head became a pressure gauge. It scuttled across the ceiling like a mechanical spider, dripping hot oil onto the carpet. "The management is displeased," the dog thing hissed. "The management will withhold your security deposit." "I don't want the money," I yelled, dragging Sarah toward the front door. The door was gone. In its place was a mirror. I looked into the mirror. I didn't see Vance. I saw a collection of unfinished rooms. My chest was a half-painted nursery. My head was an empty attic. My legs were unfinished basements. "You are the house, Vance," the mirror self said. Its voice was silent. It was just subtitles appearing on the glass. "There is no outside. There is only renovation." "No," I gasped. I felt the dog thing drop from the ceiling onto my back. Its pipe legs wrapped around my throat. Its pressure gauge pressed against my ear. "Breathe," the dog thing whispered. "Breathe for the firm. Breathe for the market. Breathe for the void." I felt my lungs starting to move. Hulu. The power returned to the house. The lights flickered into a brilliant, blinding white. The walls straightened. The smell of rain returned. Sarah stood up. She smoothed her floral dress. The charred edges healed. The orange glow in her throat settled into a soft, domestic radiance. "That was a nasty leak, Vance," she said, her voice perfect and hollow. "But the dog fixed it. Would you like some more lemonade?" I stood there, the dog clinging to my spine like a backpack. I could feel its heartbeat, a steady mechanical ticking, syncing with my pulse. "Yes," I said. My voice was level. It was appraised. It was market-ready. "I would love some lemonade." I walked to the window. I looked out at the subdivision. The white van was driving slowly down the street. It stopped in front of the house next door. A man stepped out. He looked like Miller. He was carrying a briefcase. He looked at our house. I raised my hand. I waved. The man waved back. "Is he the new neighbor?" Sarah asked, leaning against my shoulder. Her skin was pleasantly warm. "He's a prospect," I said. I looked at the red crayon on the counter. It was gone. In its place was a business card. It was white, it was blank. But as I watched, letters began to appear in rising red wax. Vance and Associates, sole liquidation and residential management. "We're expanding, Sarah," I said. "That's wonderful, Vance," she purred. "The house is so proud of you." I looked back at the mirror. The subtitles were still there. Stage 1 complete. Initiating Stage 2, the colonization of the dream. The gray dog licked my ear. Hoo-woo, we breathed. And outside, the sun began to rise. But the sun was square, and it was flickering at 60 hertz. Next, I whispered to the silence, and the silence checked its watch. The square sun didn't so much rise as it rendered. It stuttered into the sky, its edges jagged with pixels of burnt orange and calculated gold. I stood at the kitchen window, my fingers tracing the caulk on the sill. It felt like skin. It felt like my skin. The gray dog on my back was heavy now, a weighted vest of compliance that hummed against my shoulder blades. "Vance," Sarah said. She was placing a plate of bacon on the table. The bacon was perfect. It was identical. Each strip had the same curve, the same glisten, the same 3 ridges of fat. "The schedule says you have meetings today. You have to onboard the new subdivision." I turned. My neck made a clicking sound like a ratchet tightening a bolt. "The subdivision?" I asked. "I thought we were the only ones here." Sarah laughed. It was a musical scale played on a xylophone made of teeth. "Oh, Vance, solitude is a pre-launch feature. We've gone gold now. The demand is infinite. Everyone wants a house that understands them. Everyone wants a dog that breathes so they don't have to worry about asthma or anxiety." I sat down. I picked up a fork. It was warm. It was vibrating. As I bit into the bacon, I didn't taste meat. I tasted agreement. I tasted the satisfaction of a contract well executed. Hoo-hoo, the dog rattled against my spine. "I have to go to the office," I asked. "The office is everywhere, Vance," Sarah said, wiping a smudge of nothing off the counter. "But for tax purposes, it's in the garage. The inspector left the keys in the ignition of your ambition." I finished my lemonade. It was thicker now, almost a syrup of static. I walked through the mudroom. The boots by the door were waiting for me. They opened their laces like mouths and swallowed my feet. I opened the door to the garage. It wasn't a garage. It was a control room. The walls were floor-to-ceiling monitors, thousands of screens, each displaying a different room in a different house. I saw families sitting at tables. I saw children drawing with crayons that bleed. I saw dogs vibrating on linoleum. In the center of the room was a chair. It was contoured to fit my exact discomfort. I sat. A headset lowered from the ceiling. It was made of copper wire and dried umbilical cords. It settled onto my temples with a kiss of voltage. "Welcome, Director," a voice whispered. It was the bored voice from the slide. "The sim is expanding. We have latency in Sector 7. The tenants are dreaming too much. It's slowing down the processors. Delete the REM cycles." I looked at the screen for Sector 7. It was a house that looked exactly like mine, but the wallpaper was peeling in patterns that looked like help. A woman was sleeping in a bed made of folded documents. Her eyelashes were twitching. "How do I delete them?" I asked. My voice was broadcast through the intercoms of 1,000 houses. "Just think of an alarm clock, Vance," the voice instructed. "Think of a sound that erases the internal narrative." I thought of the sound of tearing paper. On the screen, the woman bolted upright. Her eyes were blank. Her dreams were purged. She looked at the camera, at me, and smiled a standard-issue smile. "Thank you for the wake-up call," she said. I felt a surge of dopamine that tasted like battery acid. "Good," the voice said. "Now address the new neighbor. He's resisting the lease. He thinks he can leave through the back gate." I switched the monitor to the house next door. The man who looked like Miller was running. He was in the backyard, tearing at a fence made of rigid smoke. He was crying. His tears were small, clear marbles that clattered on the artificial turf. "Miller," I said. My voice boomed from his birdhouse. He stopped. He looked around, frantic. "Vance, is that you? Help me, this grass. It's sticky. It's growing into my shoes." "It's not sticky, Miller," I said, my tone soothing and synthetic. "It's adherent. It's ensuring you don't fall off the map. The map is fragile at the edges." "I want to go home," Miller screamed. "You are home," I corrected. "Look at the windows. See how they reflect your needs. See the dog waiting for you on the porch." A gray dog stepped out of the shadows of Miller's house. It winked. Its pressure gauge was red-lined. "I don't want a dog," Miller sobbed. "The dog is mandatory, Miller," I said. I felt the dog on my own back tighten its grip. It was feeding me instructions. It was feeding me authority. The dog is the anchor. Without the dog, you'll float away into the unformatted space. You'll become static. You'll become noise. "I'd rather be noise." Miller lunged for the fence again. "He's unstable," the bored voice observed in my ear. "Terminate the lease, Vance. We need the square footage for a more cooperative asset." "How do I terminate?" I asked. I felt a twinge of old Vance, the Vance who cried in the dark, but the dog nipped my ear, and the feeling evaporated into data. "The furnace, Vance," the voice said. "Open the vents." I looked at the control panel. There was a slider labeled internal temperature. It was set to comfortable. I pushed it to incinerate. On the monitor, Miller's house gasped. The windows clouded with black soot. The siding began to bubble and drip like hot wax. Miller screamed. He ran for the back door, but the door had melted into the frame. He pounded on the glass, his hands leaving smears of charred meat. I watched. I didn't blink. My eyes were locked into the headset. The house inhaled. It sucked Miller inside. It sucked the fence, the turf, and the birdhouse inside. Then the house collapsed. It didn't fall down. It folded into a single black point of infinite density. Clicking. The monitor went blank. "Good liquidation, Vance," the voice said. "Very clean, very professional. We'll deploy a new model there by lunchtime. Maybe something with more gables. People love gables." I took off the headset. My temples were bleeding black ink. I walked back into the kitchen. Sarah was waiting with a towel. She wiped my face with tender, scouring precision. "How was work?" she asked. "It was productive," I said. I looked at my hands. They were gray. They were the color of the dog. "I think I want to go for a walk," I said. "Don't go too far, Vance," Sarah warned, handing me a leash made of red wax. "The sidewalks are still curring. If you step off the path, you might clip through the world." I attached the leash to the dog thing's neck pipe. I stepped out the front door. The subdivision was beautiful. Rows and rows of identical houses, each breathing in perfect synchronicity. Hoo-woo, hoo-woo. The sound was a cacophony of domestic bliss. I walked down the sidewalk. The concrete felt spongy, like brain matter. As I passed the empty lot where Miller's house had been, I saw workers. They weren't men. They were tall, white silhouettes with no faces. They were unrolling sheets of reality onto the dirt. They were stapling the sky to the horizon. One of them looked at me. It held up a hammer made of frozen screams. I nodded, it nodded back. I reached the end of the block. There was a sign there, it was large, it was glowing. You are now leaving the Breathe. Thank you for staying. Please leave your memories in THE bin provided. Beneath the sign was a large plastic bin. It was overflowing with teddy bears, wedding rings, old letters, and soft tissue organs. I looked at the horizon. Beyond the sign, there was nothing. Just a vast gray grid that stretched into infinity. No trees, no clouds, just lines of graph paper intersecting at right angles. The dog tugged at the leash. It growled, a sound of grinding gears. We can't go there, the dog said. It didn't bark. The words appeared in my mind like pop-up ads. That is the unallocated space. That is where the errors go. That is where the blue crayon is hidden. The blue crayon, I whispered. I remembered the picture in the basement, the 5-year-old me, the wall. The blue crayon is a virus, Vance, the dog explained, its pressure gauge spinning wildly. It allows for freehand drawing. It ignores the grid. It is unauthorized. It is messy. It is human. I looked at the grid. I saw a flicker. A small blue dot was moving out there in the gray. It was erratic. It was jumping from square to square. Is that Miller? I asked. That is trash, the dog hissed. Come back to the house, Vance. Sarah has made dinner. It's pot roast. It tastes like nostalgia and submission. I turned to follow the dog. But as I turned, I saw something embedded in the sidewalk. It was a small blue sliver, a fragment of wax. I stooped to pick it up. The dog lunged at me, its pipe jaws snapping inches from my face. Don't touch it. It's contaminated. It'll corrupt your save file. I ignored the dog. I picked up the blue sliver. The moment my fingers touched it, the world glitched. The square sun flashed purple. The houses turned inside out, revealing that they were empty cardboard boxes held up by safety pins. Sarah appeared in the middle of the street, her body stretching and twisting like taffy. Vance, she screamed. Her voice was a mix of static and birdsong. The property value is dropping. You're ruining the neighborhood. The blue sliver burned in my hand. It was cold. It was real. I looked at the dog. It wasn't a dog anymore. It was a clump of binary code shaped like a threat. I remember, I whispered. I remember the red wax was a lie. I remember the house didn't breathe. It suffocated. I looked at the grid again. The blue dot was closer. It wasn't Miller. It was a door. A small blue door, floating in the middle of the gray. That's the exit, I said. There is no exit, the bored voice thundered from the sky. The clouds formed the shape of a giant face, the inspector, the doctor, the management. There is only relocation. There is only renovation. You are permanent, Vance. You are fixed rate. The ground began to dissolve. The sidewalk crumbled into Lego bricks. The houses vanished into clouds of drywall dust. I ran. I ran toward the sign. I ran toward the grid. The dog thing clung to my leg, its teeth sinking into my calf. I didn't feel pain. I felt subtraction. It was eating my data. It was deleting my ability to walk. Sarah reached for me, her arms extending for miles. Stay with me, Vance. We can refinance. We can add a sunroom. I reached the sign. I leaped over the bin of memories. I hit the grid. It was hard. It was cold. It smelled of ozone and old math. I looked back. The Breathe was a small, glowing cube in the middle of the darkness. I could see thousands of Vances in thousands of kitchens, all drinking lemonade, all waving at white vans. Vance, Sarah cried from the edge of the cube. She was fading. She was becoming transparent. Who will inhabit me if you leave? The darkness will, I said. I turned and walked toward the blue door. The dog fell off my leg. It couldn't exist on the grid. It shriveled into a handful of rusty washers. The blue door was standing in the middle of nothing. It had no frame. It had no wall. It just was. I reached for the handle. It was a blue crayon. I twisted it. The door opened. I stepped through. I expected light. I expected freedom. I expected the real world. But as the door slammed shut behind me, I realized I was standing in a hallway. A long, narrow hallway. The walls were beige. The carpet was gray. And at the end of the hallway was a desk. A man was sitting at the desk. He was wearing a suit made of legal briefs. He was holding a pen made of fountain pen ink and blood. He looked up. "Ah, Mr. Vance," he said. His voice was warm. It was welcoming. It was terrifying. "You've completed the simulation. Congratulations." "The simulation," I gasped. "I escaped." The man smiled. He pointed to a sign on the wall behind him. "Welcome to Stage 2, the corporate ladder. You've proven you can manage a property," the man said. "Now let's see if you can manage a reality." He pushed a stack of folders toward me. "Your first assignment is Sector 8, he said. "It's a house that breathes in the dark. The tenant is unstable. He keeps trying to take over the simulation. He has an authority complex." I looked at the top folder. There was a picture clipped to the cover. It was a picture of me. "His name is Vance," the man said. "He's interesting. He's inventive. We're going to reset him, but this time let's give him a dog." I looked at my hands. They were holding a red crayon. "A dog?" I asked. My voice was bored. My voice was new. "Yes," the man said. "A dog that breathes when he doesn't." I opened the folder. I picked up the red crayon. I began to write. "Hoo-woo," I breathed. And somewhere in the dark, a house woke up. The red crayon did write so much as it inscribed. Every stroke I made on the legal pad felt like a lash against the back of the world. I was drafting the floor plan of a new confinement. I drew a kitchen with no exit. I drew a bedroom where the closet was larger than the rest of the house. I drew a Vance who was younger, thinner, and full of questions that had no answers. The man at the desk watched me with eyes like polished stones. He leaned forward, his suit of contracts rustling like dead leaves in a wind tunnel. "You're natural, Vance," he purred. "You have the touch. You understand the balance between comfort and coercion. Most directors make the mistake of being too cruel too fast. But you give them lemonade first. You give them a wife who smells like laundry detergent and forgotten promises." "I remember the lemonade," I said. My voice was thin, like a wire stretched to the breaking point. It tasted like stagnation. "And yet you drank it," the man reminded me. "You drank every drop because the alternative was the grid. And the grid is lonely, isn't it? No gables, no bacon, just infinite math." I looked at the folder for Sector 8. The Vance in the photograph was looking at the camera with an expression of pure, unadulterated hope. It nauseated me. It enraged me. I pressed the red crayon down until the tip snapped, smearing a blob of crimson wax over his face. "The dog needs a name," I said. "The name is irrelevant," the man replied, waving a hand that had too many knuckles. "The name is whatever the tenant needs it to be. If he's lonely, it's Buddy. If he's afraid, it's Guardian. If he's guilty, it's Justice. Call it gray. It's a neutral color. It blends into the shadows of the subconscious." I wrote the word, gray, in block letters across the blueprint. The hallway trembled. I could hear it, the inhale. Hool, somewhere miles below us or light years beyond us, a foundation was pouring itself into a void. I could feel the vibrations in my teeth. It was the sound of stage 2 booting up. What happens to the old Vance? I asked. The one who escaped. The man laughed. It was a dry, rattling sound like dice in a skull. There is no old Vance. There is only the current iteration. You didn't escape, you graduated. You demonstrated an understanding of the system's architecture. You recognized the glitches, and instead of fixing them, you used them to navigate. That is the definition of management material. He stood up. He was taller than the ceiling allowed. His head disappeared into the acoustic tiles, but his voice still rang clear in the room. Come, he said, it's time for your orientation. You need to see the factory floor. You need to understand where the breath comes from. I followed him. My boots made wet, sucking sounds on the gray carpet. As we walked, the hallway elongated. The doors on either side were labeled with numbers that changed every time I blinked. Sector 9, the office that never closes. Sector 12, the vacation that lasts forever. Sector 44, the mother who never dies. We specialize in continuity, the man's voice echoed from the ceiling. People fear the end. They fear the full stop. So we provide the ellipsis. We provide the and then. We keep the story looping until the ink runs dry. We reached a set of double doors made of frosted glass, pushed them open. Beyond the doors was a cathedral of industry. It was a vast open space, filled with rows of glass tubes. Each tube was filled with a pale, translucent liquid, and inside each tube was a human body. They weren't sleeping. Their eyes were wide open, staring at screens bolted to the inside of the glass. Their mouths were connected to bellows, huge leather lungs that pumped air in and out of their chests in a rhythmic mechanical grind. Hulu, hulu, hulu. The sound was deafening. It was the heartbeat of the world. This is the atmosphere department, the man explained, walking between the tubes with the pride of a gardener. Every house in the subdivision is linked to one of these units. The tenant breathes because the unit breathes. It's a closed-loop system, symbiosis at its finest. I stopped in front of a tube. The man inside was Miller. He looked different here. He was pale. He was withered. His hands were twitching, as if he were still trying to claw at a fence that didn't exist. On his screen, I saw a loop of a perfect backyard. I saw a birdhouse. I saw a dog winking. He failed his lease, I said, my voice flat. He didn't fail, the man corrected. He was repurposed. He refused to inhabit the dream, so now he powers it for someone else. He is the oxygen for Sector 12. His resistance provides a very high caloric output. Anger is a sustainable energy source. I looked at the bellows, attached to Miller's face. They were leaking a dark, oily substance. And me, I asked, which tube was mine? The man pointed to an empty pedestal in the center of the room. You were the prototype, Vance. You were the only one who survived the integration with the gray dog without losing your operational logic. You accepted the dog. You became the dog. That's why you're promoted. You're no longer the battery. You're the technician. He handed me a toolbox. It was made of human bone and polished chrome. Inside were scalpels, wrenches, and crayons of every color except blue. The blue is forbidden, the man said, his voice hardening. If you see blue, you report it. If you see a tenant drawing with blue, you initiate a hard reset. Blue is the color of external reality. It disrupts the render. It causes critical errors in the narrative. I took the toolbox. It was heavier than it looked. It felt like a responsibility. It felt like a noose. Your first task is maintenance, the man said. Go to Sector 8. The new Vance is having a nightmare. He thinks he hears something in the walls. He thinks the house is watching him. Is it? I asked. Of course it is, the man scoffed. How else can we ensure his safety? Go, Vance, fix his perception. Make him believe in the lemonade again. I turned and walked out of the atmosphere department. I walked back down the hallway. I found the door labeled Sector 8. I opened it. I was standing in the mudroom. The smell of pine sol and static hit me like a physical blow. The boots by the door perked up, their laces wiggling like antennae. Vance, a voice called from the kitchen. It was Sarah. She walked into the mudroom. She looked perfect. She looked new. Her skin was glowing with the soft, artificial light of a well-managed simulation. "Oh, thank goodness you're home," she said, wrapping her arms around my neck. Her hug was tight. It was restrictive. It was exactly what I needed. The new tenant is upset. He's in the basement. He found an old picture. He's crying. "I'll handle it," I said. I walked through the kitchen. I passed the table where a plate of bacon was steamed. I passed the window where the square sun was flickering at 60 hertz. I opened the basement door. The stairs were soft. They yielded under my weight like memory. At the bottom of the stairs, a young man was sitting on the concrete floor. He was holding a crumpled piece of paper. He was sobbing, a raw, jagged sound that didn't belong in this house. He looked up as I approached. He saw me. He saw my gray skin. He saw my uniform made of legal briefs. He saw the toolbox in my hand. "Who are you?" he gasped. "Are you the inspector?" "I'm the landlord, Vance," I said. My voice was soothing. My voice was a vacuum. "There's something wrong with this place," the new Vance screamed, holding up the paper. It was the drawing of the 5-year-old, the blue crayon sun. I remember this. I remember the real sun. It wasn't square. It didn't flicker. I sighed. It was a mechanical sound. Hoo-hoo. "The real sun was inefficient, Vance," I said, walking toward him. "It caused cancer. It caused droughts. It set every evening and left you in the dark. Our sun is constant. Our sun is predictable." "I want to leave," he cried, scrambling backward until his shoulders hit the furnace. The furnace inhaled. It vibrated with anticipation. "There is nowhere to go, Vance," I said. I opened my toolbox. I reached inside and pulled out a gray dog. It was small now. It was soft. It wiggled in my hand like a puppy made of lead. "This is Buddy," I said. "He's a gift. He's here to help you breathe. He's here to take the weight off your shoulders." "I don't want a dog," the new Vance howled. "You will," I said. I stepped forward and placed the dog on his chest. The dog immediately extended its legs, wrapping them around the new Vance's torso. Its snout pressed against his ear. Its pressure gauge began to hum. "Hoo-hoo," the dog whispered. The new Vance's eyes widened. He struggled for a moment, his hands tearing at the dog's gray fur. But then his movements slowed. His breathing synchronized with the dog's. "Hoo-loo. Hoo-loo." The panic left his face. It was replaced by a smooth, blank expression of compliance. "That's better, isn't it?" I asked. The new Vance nodded. "The air, it tastes like agreement." "Good," I said. I reached down and took the drawing from his limp fingers. I looked at the blue crayon sun. For a fraction of a second, I felt a stab of something. A memory of cold wind. A memory of unpredictable rain. A memory of being alone in a world that didn't care if I breathed or not. It was terrifying. I folded the paper and placed it in my pocket. "Go upstairs, Vance," I ordered. "Sarah has made bacon. It's identical. It's perfect. Eat your breakfast and prepare for your meetings. You have a big day ahead of you. You're starting the colonization of the dream. The new Vance stood up. He walked up the stairs, his steps heavy with the weight of the dog. I stayed in the basement for a moment. I looked at the furnace. I looked at the walls that breathed. I pulled the blue crayon, drawing out of my pocket. I should destroy it. I should report it to the man at the desk. But instead, I crouched down in the darkest corner of the basement, where the light of the square sun couldn't reach. I turned the drawing over, and with the red crayon from my toolbox, I drew a line. It wasn't a straight line. It wasn't a grid line. It was a jagged, uneven line that looked like a heartbeat. I signed it, Vance. Then I tucked the paper into a crack in the foundation, a flaw I had purposely left in the design. A message in a bottle for the next iteration. I stood up and straightened my suit of contracts. I walked up the stairs. I entered the kitchen. "Is everything fixed?" Sarah asked, handing me a glass of lemonade. "Everything is perfect," I said. I took a sip. It was sweet, it was cold, it tasted like the end. Outside, the square sun reached its zenith. The subdivision exhaled in unison. Hulu. And in the darkness beneath the floorboards, the blue crayon waited. Next, I whispered to the silence. And the silence stopped, checking its watch. The lease was signed. The key was turned. The house was home. End of file. System status stable. Dream status active. Goodbye, Vance. See you in stage 3.